So as our special team is working on the same, I'm reminded that from the communication desk, if you did not sign, kindly make an arrangement of signing before we start our session. So as our sister is coming, I want to believe that all the communication devices are working with you. So shortly we're going to be joined by our sister Melissa from Zimbabwe. Thank you for volunteering for the same. So quickly, as I want to pass the few announcements. So number one is today, since we changed our venue, we are advised that our special rooms, allow me call them the special rooms, where we usually relieve ourselves, the washrooms. You're going to take your far left hand as you move out. You'll move out through the exit door. You move to this other side, you'll find another exit door on the other hand. So behind this building, we have the ladies first and the gents the other side. That's information for you. Keep it safe. If you want to relieve yourself, know where the places are. Secondly, I want to repeat, if you came in and signed, make an arrangement to sign with the information desk at the entrance. It is now in a special occasion that I want to welcome our sister, Melissa from Zimbabwe, to take us through a short experience of the weekend and how the field trip was before we start our program today. Thank you for coming and thank you for attending the second week of the summer school.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Good morning, everyone. I'm Melissa, as you mentioned, from Zimbabwe. So, yeah, on Saturday, we went to Gatundu South County for nature-based solutions. And when we reached there, we were taken to 3 different areas where the farmers there, they are doing different activities in terms of rainwater harvesting. And at the first site that we visited, they are doing rainwater harvesting, and they are also using that water during dry seasons, which is making it possible for the farmers to grow their crops throughout the year. And they also showed us the avocados, the macadamia. But I noticed one thing, that in the Gatundu South County, there is no youth involvement in terms of agriculture, because the farmers that we saw, the owners of the lands, they are old people. The young people, they are not involved. They were even in the streets. Taking, for example, the last site that we went, the woman that we saw, they were saying that she's over 8 years and she's still working. And on top of that, she's fighting climate change. Yet the young people there, they are not involved. So that was thing that I realized, and it was a big challenge to me, because we are the future of the tomorrow. We are the ones who have to ask ourselves, what will be the future be like for the next generation? The next generation will be casing us, because we are the ones to determine that. So my experience was very good, but I was a bit challenged with that the young people, they are not being involved in these agricultural activities. They want the white collar jobs, but they don't want to fight against climate change. So I'm just also challenging you all, as we will go back to our countries, so that we just go and implement these nature-based solutions that they are doing, because they even dug some trenches so that the water will be able to move, since they were saying that they were facing issues of soil erosion, water running because of the steepness of the area. So that was it, my experience. I challenge you all to go and make a change out there in our respective countries youth involvement is very important, especially in the agricultural sector. So if we work on that, because all the African countries, we depend on agriculture. So if we, the young people, are involved in that, we'll be able to make a greater impact. We'll be able to create a greater change to our communities. Thank you.
That is so beautiful from our sister Melissa from Zimbabwe. Thank you for the experience that you've shared to us. If you realized what you were told from the field trip, our young youths are not going for farming activities, but they've chose to ride motorbikes and do businesses along their ways. So agriculture has been left for the old, but it's a good message for us. We take it in, and actually maybe next time we believe that our youth are going to take the right path. So as we prepare, I'm sure now is almost time that we are going to start our programs today. Again, I want to ask, if your device is not working, kindly liaise with us. We know the team that is still affected. Anyone whose device is not working, raise up your hand kindly. I'm informed that our first presentation is going to be taken from online. As we prepare the online, let the online support team let us know when the online team is ready. As we prepare to wait for the online, I want to get an energizer from one of our own. Brian, are you there? Brian Misiati? Brian, maybe as we're getting an energizer, allow me in a special way again ask from the communication desk if all your devices are working. If your device is not working, kindly raise up your hand. Information desk, kindly help. As Brian and any other person, Brian, is Brian in? So as Brian is preparing, or maybe we're finding Brian, we want to get an energizer from one of our own, Sister Melissa. No, Sister Elizabeth, sorry. I'm poor at names. Sorry for that. I'm poor at getting names, but it's okay. Elizabeth will give us an energizer. Elizabeth, come in front. As Elizabeth comes in a special way, let us give her a special clap.
Good morning. Good morning. Nice. So, yep, I think you all know me, right? Who is ready for some energy? Okay, so all of you guys, you're not ready. Okay, we'll see that. After this energizer, you're going to tell me if you're not ready. So we have 1, 2, 3. 3 groups. This energizer is going to take approximately 8 minutes. I'm sure the online people would have sorted out whatever they want to do. So listen to instructions very carefully. Instruction number 1. This is group 1, this is group 2, and this is group 3. But I think group 2, you have a lot of people there. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we'll have 3 groups, but you need to coordinate, right? I think one of the things that we need to take away from here is to learn how to coordinate. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes to coordinate. Group 1 is going to give us a 30-second dance, right? After that, group 2 will give us a 30-second dance, but before they do that, they need to do the group 1 dance and their dance. Then group 3 will give us first group's dance, second group's dance, and their own dance. Then after that, we all do the dances. So let's stand up. Right. So you need to coordinate. Can you just form a small circle? Your 2 minutes to coordinate your dance start now. Thank you so much. Okay, the instructions are simple, right? The instructions are simple. Just coordinate and come up with your 30-second dance. And we do not want people who copy each other. Okay, wait. We'll tell you when to start. Group 2, oh, if you're discussing, it's fine. Is anything happening here, group 2? Okay, time is up. One house, one house, one house. Time is up. We are now starting with group 1. Hey! Time is up. We are now starting with group 1. Remember, the instructions are clear. Group 2, before you give us your dance, you need to memorize group 1's dance, right? Okay. Okay, thank you. Group 1, we are going to start in 5. Okay, we need someone to record this. We want to play it tomorrow. In 5, 4. Thank you, group 1. Thank you. Okay. Okay, group 2. Group 2, let's start. And your dance. Thank you, group 2. Thank you, group 2. So, group 3, wait, group 3, you need to start group 1, dance, group 2, dance, and your dance. Let's start. Let's start. Okay, thank you so much. Now we need to do all the 3 dances, right? So in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Group 2. Okay, thank you so much. Clap hands for yourself.
Good morning once again. It is high time that we want to start our program. I'm told the online team is ready. Those who are joining us from online, welcome to this first day of the second week of summer school. And our presenter is coming online. But before our presenter comes in, allow me welcome our moderator of the day in a special way as he comes. Let's give him a very special clap. Dr. Joe Godwin will be our moderator of the day. Karibu sana, Doc.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Are you ready? Yes. Thank you for those wonderful dances. It shows that we are really, truly African. You are in for a very wonderful session. You've been discussing very hard topics. You've been trying to frame issues to understand basic concepts. Now you have an idea of a little bit of what is climate change. Today we are building on what you already know. And this time around we are looking at international climate finance. Simply, where is the money? You are interested to know where the money is, isn't it? Yes. So this is a very interesting session. So we're looking at international climate finance, the mechanisms, how to assess them, and number two, major climate finance demands by Africa. We'll be talking about the negotiators. We'll be talking about what are they really demanding? What are the things they are asking for? Why can't they ask for this finance? The creditor is unable to ask the debtor to pay. So some of these issues will be thrown up, and we have here to take us through one of PACJA's very strong partner, the German Watch. Join me to welcome Beta Agweta, the Senior Advisor for Climate Finance, German Watch. Please, let's welcome her by giving it a very sounding welcome. Clap for her, please.
Hi, thanks. I'm not sure if this is it means that I'm supposed to start. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Beta.
Excellent. Yeah. So I will share my presentation. I don't know if I have to share it myself. Yeah, that's okay as well. I can just share it, I think.
You can.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Let me just. Can you see it?
Yes.
Excellent. So thanks everyone for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here and a great honor as well to be invited by PACJA and the summer school to make this presentation for you all. I hope everything is going well, and I'm really sad that I haven't been able to be there in person, but you know, at least the hybrid world and COVID has allowed us to meet even if it's not in person. So I hope everything's going well for everyone in the summer school. So the topic I'm supposed to be speaking about is climate finance, focusing a little bit on the finance mechanisms, but mostly also on the issues of transparency and accountability in the field of climate finance. So let's start with the most basic one. And I know this is probably a bit repetitive, but you can't really start this conversation without acknowledging the first issue. So what is climate finance? Basically, before the definition itself, it's important to know that climate finance is a very key topic in the international efforts to address climate change, whether it's the causes or the consequences, so adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage. It's becoming even more and more important and contentious during the negotiations of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And it also has moved beyond the process of the UNFCCC itself, and now it includes every, let's say, all of the potential channels of finance, so multilaterals, bilaterals, and even the private sector now it gets thrown into the mix of the discussions. This is not going to come as a surprise to anyone, but obviously climate finance is a particularly important topic for the developing countries, and many of which rely to varying degrees on climate finance for the implementation of their commitments in adaptation and mitigation, but also their priorities. However, obviously, there's different points of view and definitions of what constitutes climate finance, and that complicates our understanding of climate finance, our understanding of the commitments that have been made, and makes it very difficult to follow the provision and to monitor the provision of climate finance. These issues are still unresolved, and the main one is obviously, as I said, the definition itself. There is no formal internationally agreed definition for climate finance. I mean, you will hear definitions like the one that's in here. For example, the UNFCCC defines climate finance as local, national, or transnational financing from public, private, and alternative sources that supports mitigation and adaptation. But in practice, when we actually try to measure the amount of climate finance that's flowing, that's out there, the practical measurement, there's no formal definition. So what happens more often is that many parts, many channels, especially many donors, they account for climate finance in however they want, to say it like that, with their own methodologies that you cannot compare across the different donors. And so that complicates it, because basically, since there's no one agreed definition, one agreed methodology, many donors include things that others do not consider climate finance, and that complicates the picture a little bit, basically. I wanted to throw this in here just to give you an idea of, if we don't have methodologies, we don't have agreed methodologies, and we don't have agreed definitions, what we do have is a very complicated architecture of how climate finance flows to developing countries. And I don't want to get too much in the detail. What I want you to get out of this picture is especially the idea that it's complicated, that there's many ways in which this climate finance can reach developing countries. And obviously that also complicates the matter of monitoring climate finance and ensuring transparency. Maybe just to zoom in a little bit, the UNFCCC does have its financial mechanism. So there are funds that are part of the Convention on Climate Change, and those are dedicated funds that provide climate finance to developing countries. You would have heard, you would have heard of the Green Climate Fund, you would have heard of the Adaptation Fund and the GEF, and also the Least Developed Country Fund and the SCCF as well, which is like the dedicated financial mechanism of the UNFCCC. But beyond that dedicated mechanism, you have all the other already existing multilateral and bilateral channels. So you can see the multilateral ones that are not part of the UNFCCC to the right of the UNFCCC financial mechanism. You have the World Bank, the African Development Bank, all the banks, the CIFs, so others like let's say a little bit more specialized funds, and then you have the traditional agencies, the UN agencies, etc. So, but it's complicated because this finance flows through all of these. Plus, you have to add the private sector as well. and some other specific pools, for example, the Africa risk capacity, all of these things. So it's a complex picture, is what I want to say, of the many ways in which this finance can flow to developing countries. So let's go back to the UNFCCC, because that's where the core of the discussion, especially around transparency and accountability, is. What we have commitments. That's an important thing. Climate finance, not at the same level, but similarly to mitigation and adaptation, has a commitment. Like a commitment exists that we are working towards. Yes. So in 2010, developed countries made a collective commitment to jointly mobilize $100 billion a year in climate finance by 2020. So that was 2 years ago, to address the needs of developing countries. That was a commitment that was made in 2010. This new agreement, well, it's not new anymore, but that agreement also included other related commitments. For example, a balanced allocation between adaptation and mitigation in this commitment, as well as a prioritizing adaptation funding for the most vulnerable developing countries. That included least developed countries, LDCs, small island developing nations or states, and African states. And the funding, as the text says, will come, like usually it says, from a variety of sources: public, private, bilateral, multilateral, and other alternative sources of finance. So what has happened to this commitment? Because as you can see, the commitment says by 2020, which was 2 years ago. It's right in the middle of the pandemic, so that complicates a little bit, obviously, the accounting. So last year, some estimates were presented that basically said that even though climate finance provided and mobilized by developed countries had increased, it had reached $79.6 billion in 2019. We still don't know what the figures are in 2020. Usually these figures come a bit later, a few years later. But in 2019, they had reached $79.6 billion US dollars. As you can see, a little bit quite significantly less than the 100 billion that was promised. And looking at those recent trends, it appears unlikely that the goal of the 100 billion by 2020 was or would have been reached. So the commitment made by developed countries didn't get reached in 2020, most likely. And the deadline, to call it like that, is not really a deadline, for this commitment has been pushed further to 2025, meaning that, the developed countries have committed to meeting the goal sometime before 2025 and through to 2025. So let's say they meet the goal, they manage to mobilize 100 billion in 2022 or 2023, they will keep mobilizing that 100 billion until 2025. So that's the commitment they have. But as I said, they haven't managed to reach that commitment so far. So, that's kind of has generated a lot of controversy in the negotiations, because obviously, it's a commitment that wasn't reached by developed countries to provide this finance, to mobilize this finance for developing countries. Before we move to what does that mean, the mobilization of 100 billion, I just want to introduce why transparency and accountability are such key, let's say, principles for when we talk about climate finance and climate change funding. So these principles and criteria for climate change funding or finance were developed, let's say, by the Heinrich Böll Stiftung. So it's not exactly something that is accepted, by everyone. It's not part of the convention, but I feel like they're a good guidance to help us think about what climate finance should look like, especially because transparency and accountability of climate finance is very important, because we need to really know where we are with our commitments, with the 100 billion commitment and any other commitment, how much is actually reaching developing countries. So the transparency and accountability of these flows is quite key. So if you see in the principles, well, you should have a look at all of them and discuss them as well. You might disagree with some of them or think that some of them are are important and need to be strengthened, etc. But I think it's important to have them and discuss them. But if you see transparency and accountability come up in all the stages of or phases, let's say, of the delivery of climate finance. So it starts at fund mobilization, obviously, which is the commitment. The 100 billion is a commitment for mobilizing 100 billion. So when we talk about the mobilization of finance and the 100 billion commitment, we have transparency and accountability as an important principle. And the criteria, what that means is that the financial contributions by individual countries and international organizations and agencies, as well as their compositions and sources, should be disclosed publicly and in a timely manner, meaning that this information, who, how, to where, from where, all of these about the climate finance that developed countries are mobilizing is information that should be made public and disclosed. We also talk about transparency and accountability at the second delivery phase, which is fund administration and governance. Once this climate finance that has been mobilized reaches, let's say, the Green Climate Fund or the Adaptation Fund, also it is important that within these funds there is transparency and accountability, meaning the available public information, of comprehensive, accurate and timely information on the mechanism's funding structure, its financial data, the board, content information for its board members, etc. So it should be publicly disclosed, basically, all the information on basically how the fund is structured, what's the financial data, how much money is getting in from commitments from developed countries, how much money is going out, etc. And then obviously the third phase, fund disbursement and implementation. And here it's important to also have transparency and accountability in terms of decision making, how the decisions about where the money will go are made, so that we know that there is a transparent process of assigning funding to developing countries based on the priorities that have been agreed. And so, what are the criteria, the guidelines for disbursements, the implementation of the funding. So implementation meaning monitoring and evaluation of the actual impact, and the existence of a redress mechanism or process. What does this mean? A redress mechanism or process means that if this finance has had, when implemented, negative impacts in the country, the communities, the local people that are being affected, there should be a mechanism for these affected communities to seek redress, to say like that, some reparation from the damage that has been done through the implementation of climate finance. So all of these transparency and accountability criteria are important at all stages from the moment the finance gets mobilized, and we need to know whether the commitment of the 100 billion has been reached, to the moment this finance is disbursed and implemented in developing countries. Throughout this process, timely, transparent, publicly disclosed information is necessary for us to really understand what's happening with these flows of finance until the point where they reach the developing countries and the communities that are beneficiaries to this finance. Okay, so going back from the principles to the realities, if you come back to like what I mentioned about the lack of an agreed definition and an agreed methodology, and then you look at the 100 billion goal and the estimates for whether this goal has been reached or not. This is the differences in reported climate finance based on the use of different definitions. This is why definitions are so important, because depending on how you define climate finance, you will have very different results of where we are and how much finance has actually been mobilized by developed countries. So this was made by Oxfam, which is an NGO, basically a non-government organization. So they have looked at the finance that was reported by developed countries. This is the one that says reported annual average. So you have the annual average from 2015 to 2016 to your left. It's 44.5 billion, according to the reports of developed countries for 2015-16. And for 2017-18, it was close to 59.5 billion. This is what developed countries report through their organizations. Now, if you see to your right, you would see what Oxfam found using their own methodologies, and you will realize that is a lot less than what was reported from developed countries. It is irrelevant how much less, but you can see that's a lot less, because Oxfam managed to use their own definition and realize that the definition that, according to the way they define climate finance, the definition used by developed countries overestimates climate finance flows by quite a bit. And so, you might disagree with either or of these methodologies, and probably both of them have issues. What I want to illustrate here is the importance of having one definition that is agreed by everyone, because otherwise you have very, very different estimates of what climate finance, how much climate finance has actually been mobilized in any given year. And that really makes it hard and makes the process non-transparent and non-accountable, because we don't really know, what is the reality of this mobilization of climate finance. So I just wanted to throw that in there to really make the point of how important it is to have one definition that we can all agree in, and where we can use that definition to transparently assess what has been mobilized in climate finance. And I think we'll see, but I'll let the next speaker talk about it, that in many of the demands of developing countries, the demand for one definition of climate finance always comes up precisely because of this problem of the different results we obtain when we have different definitions and methodologies to assess finance. And just to close, I mentioned the 100 billion goal, yes, that has not been reached. And I also mentioned that this goal of 100 billion per year will go on until 2025. So what happens after 2025? What happens to the climate finance commitments? What happens to the climate finance, let's say, goals after 2025? So last year in 2021, at the Glasgow COP, at the COP in Glasgow, a new process within the UNFCCC was launched to establish and to start discussing and try to find let's say, agreement to establish a new collective quantified goal on climate finance. This is why we call it the NCQG, the new collective quantified goal on climate finance for the period post 2025. So this process has just started. It started this year. It was launched in Glasgow, and it started this year. And it's basically a work program that will include 4 technical and 1 high-level dialogue every year from 2022 until 2024, so the next couple of years. And it will discuss with, like, in a very participatory manner, to say it like that, with all stakeholders involved, quantitative and qualitative aspects of the new goal. So we'll try to establish a goal, but also a lot of other qualitative aspects of it, like issues of access, issues of the goal being based in needs of developing countries, etc. So within this discussion, they have started, and there's so many things that are being discussed and, let's say, eventually negotiated, that it would be, an entire presentation in itself to try to show you what this process is looking like. But just to point at 2 aspects, one of them is needs-based, the goal being needs-based, meaning like if we're going to establish a number like the 100 billion, but a different number, this number should be based on the needs of developing countries, which was not the case in the 100 billion goal. The 100 billion goal didn't see the needs of developing countries. That goal was a very top-down goal that the developed countries decided this is how much we're gonna, that this is our goal, this is our commitment, and there was no consultation or no look at the needs of developing countries. So for the new goal, the push is for this goal to be established based on the needs of developing countries, yes? But obviously for that, you need to find what the needs of developing countries are. And so there's still some discussion about what kind of estimates of needs we're going to use. There is estimates by the Standing Committee on Finance. There's other estimates that have been done by other organizations. There is the NDCs of developing countries that some of them have already identified financial needs, etc. So it's still an ongoing conversation where the estimation of needs is going to come. And a second aspect of the qualitative aspects of the goal, sorry, that's a mistake, is the issue of transparency, accounting, and reporting for climate finance. So I don't know if you've had a session on this, but when the Paris Agreement was signed, there was an agreement that there would be an enhanced transparency framework for the agreement that was finally agreed on, like the actual framework was finally agreed on last year. And obviously it involves transparency in all aspects of climate change, so adaptation, mitigation, and finance. And so now the discussions is how do we use this enhanced transparency framework to really build accountability for the new goal? Because it is important to understand how we are going to track the progress of this new goal so that we don't repeat the same mistakes we've made with the 100 billion goal. We need to find a process within the UNFCCC or ideally within the UNFCCC to track how well we are doing with the new goal that is going to be established post 2025. So those are the discussions that are coming up basically within the climate finance realm, the issues of needs and transparency, how to track progress. And so with that, I would like to stop here because I think it'd be interesting to see also like what the specific demands are of African countries in this context. So I thank you very much for your attention and looking forward to like an eventual discussion, I think, with all of you on this topic. Thank you.
Please appreciate her. Let's clap for her. Thank you so much, Beta. To complement this session, we're bringing in the second speaker. I know you have questions prepared already, and this is a very hot topic, but let's not waste time. Let's get the second speaker's thoughts on the same issue, international climate finance, and of course, what is the role of developing countries, the demand for Africa, issues of carbon debt, how they will be paid. The next speaker is Jean-Paul Adams, and is the director of TNCD at the UNECA. Jean-Paul, are you there? If you are there, good morning. The floor is yours.
Good morning. I am here, and I hope you can hear me and see me. I'm realizing that I have a bit of a backlight, so let me just see if I can address that. I hope this is better, even if it is not ideal. So good morning to everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me to be part of your summer school. Thank you, Bertha, also for an excellent presentation, which I think helps to introduce us to the challenges that we face in the context of climate finance. I'm going to be talking a little bit about some of the things that African countries can do to try and respond to climate finance. I am just trying to share my screen, so bear with me a moment. And I hope that my screen is visible. So I will be talking about climate and sustainable financing of African countries, and recognizing some of the headwinds that we are facing in terms of the needs, but also focusing on opportunities. One of the key messages that I want to look at and perhaps stimulate a discussion amongst all of you is what can African countries themselves do to better stimulate climate finance, recognizing that we are unlikely to have the donors come to COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh and suddenly announce that all of the needs are being met. The African negotiators at COP26 did a very good job but we're faced with a scenario where we had calculated over $1 trillion US dollars per annum. This not even necessarily covering all of the needs, but the development partners are nowhere near making those types of commitments. So one of the key questions that I'm going to try and answer is, what are the mechanisms that African countries can do to generate their own resources? I would like to make clear that that message is not about moving away from the responsibility and the moral responsibility that developed countries have to actually deliver in terms of climate finance. But it is a recognition that to raise the levels of financing that we need to empower African countries, and we need to look at it from the perspective of improving domestic resource mobilization, as well as getting support to allow investment in climate resilience. So firstly, and I won't go too much in details on this, I will just do a very brief recap on the outcomes of COP26. The OECD estimates showed that we are about 80% of the 100 billion, but I think Bertha very succinctly shared the alternatives, and particularly the Oxfam study, which personally I think actually reflects the reality. We saw at COP26 a lot of countries playing around with budgets to give the impression that they were increasing their financing on climate. In some cases, they actually then cut development finance. So you had some countries, some developing countries in Africa that have seen increases in climate-related financing, or at least financing that is nominally related to climate, while they have seen education support being cut, and they have seen support in other sectors also being cut. So overall, there is a challenge in terms of development finance, where there is very few countries are meeting the target of about 0.7% of GDP. And a large number of countries are doing creative budgeting to demonstrate that they are putting more money into climate finance, even when the real figures that are flowing are much less. In COP26, there was nonetheless a commitment for long-term climate finance beyond 2025, and there was the start of discussions around the amounts that would be necessary. The COP26 presidency did reaffirm commitment that 500 billion would be mobilized by 2025, even if we are not on track for the 100 billion per annum. And they have been looking in particular to the private sector, recognizing the financial firms that control about 40% of global assets, and that's equivalent to about 130 trillion US dollars, have signed up to the 2050 net zero goals. And this means that these companies and organizations will be distributing this money, and they will be having to look at investing that also in African countries. This is an opportunity, but also a challenge for African countries, because we all recognize that we need to empower the private sector, and in particular the African private sector. For that to happen, we will need flows from outside, but in many cases, we want to make sure that these flows are to the advantage of African countries and not dictated to African countries. The European Union also announced that it would increase its contribution to the Green Climate Fund by $4 billion, and the US promised to double current commitments to 11.4 billion a year by 2024. So a work program, so the other outcomes on adaptation finance at COP26 involved a work program to firstly define better the global goal on adaptation. Again, one of the issues, and building on what Bertha presented, will be how we define adaptation, and particularly in the context of African countries. And we want to make sure as well that Africa is not simply pigeonholed as being the place to do adaptation. We want to make sure that development needs and climate resilience are aligned, but there is clarity on what funds will be available for development and what funds are available for climate finance, and also having clarity on where the private sector can come in. They need to come in, but they will not necessarily come in every single sector and in every single project. There was also new pledges of contributions amounting to $256 million, which were made to the Climate Adaptation Fund. But to put that in context, this actually corresponds to only 5 cents per person in the developing world. So the amounts being pledged, while representing improvements, are still far from meeting the needs. The Glasgow Climate Pact also urges developed country parties to double their provision of climate finance for adaptation to developing country parties from 2019 levels by 2025. Again, recognizing that the majority of investment is not necessarily going to adaptation. Part of this is because a lot of the investment has been driven by the private sector already, and adaptation is generally a little bit harder for the private sector as compared to mitigation, where a lot of the investment has been particularly around energy. There was a very strong and I think united message from the developing world, and particularly led by Africa, on the less than optimal outcome on loss and damage. And this has continued in the recent discussions that have taken place in Bonn. The funding for damage caused by climate change is insufficient, and experts are estimating that the damage is in the trillions of dollars. There is no specific funding for this. And based on the discussions in Bonn, we are unlikely to get this at Sharm el-Sheikh, even if there is a strong commitment by the Egypt presidency to make sure that loss and damage is strongly featured on the agenda. The likelihood of getting a deal is low. This is in the context where African countries are the most impacted by climate change. We all know this. African countries are spending on average 9% of their whole budgets on dealing with climate-related disasters. This is likely to be exacerbated, and new figures that will come out from the World Meteorological Organization in their State of the Climate report are likely to show that this spend is even higher based on recent drought incidences in Eastern Africa and the Horn of Africa and other regions, as well as the impact of cyclones and other natural disasters. So climate finance is a story of divergence. And a large part, this is driven by the lack of access to the private sector investment that African countries do not have relative to the rest of the world. So we can see that in the last OECD report, in terms of the share of climate finance as per region, we will see that Africa is technically not doing too bad. It is the second largest recipient of climate finance at 23%, behind Asia at 43%. And followed by the Americas at 17% and others at 12%. But this is, we have to put this in context, this is the official climate finance that comes from partners and donors. And if we compare this with private finance, if we look in particular at one of the main vehicles for climate finance, which is bond issuances, and particularly green bond issuances, we will see that the Middle East and Africa together represent less than 1% of global green bond issuances. Africa represents 0.4% to be exact of global green bond issuances. And this is against the backdrop also where African countries do not have access to markets in the same way that more developed nations do. And where they do have access, it is often at a much higher rate than similarly rated countries. You will see on the graph on the right and this is data from 2021, towards the end of 2021. So at that point, South Africa was accessing the international market at 463 basis points. Now this means that they would pay around 5%, just below 5%, to be able to borrow on the international bond markets. And you will see at the bottom that their credit rating, which means what is defining their ability to repay, the strength of their economy, it's a BB minus. And if you compare that with Greece, which at the same point at which this graph was made, Greece had exactly the same rating, which was a BB minus as South Africa, but Greece could borrow at below 2%. So South Africa is paying almost 3 times more to access financial markets as opposed to Greece, even though the fundamentals of their economy are supposedly the same. And South Africa is one of the best rated African countries because it has one of the most diversified economies, even if it has many structural challenges, but it has diversification is one of the key issues for reduction of risk. But we would see that the risk that is associated with African countries is much higher. And you will see for all of the other countries that are listed there, that risk tends to go up. Now, we all understand that the structure of African countries is different from perhaps more developed economies, but there is an intrinsic element of risk which is unfairly charged to African countries. And unless we address this issue of risk, African countries will not be able to invest in the same way in infrastructure for climate resilience if we can't give them better access to financial markets. So over 53% of current climate finance globally is actually from the private sector. But African countries are actually getting only 3% of private sector investment into climate resilience. We are getting a higher amount, as we said, 23% of official climate finance, but we are way behind in the context of access to private markets. So in terms of the needs leading up to COP27, we are looking at what are the priorities that African countries can push for in terms of unlocking some of the financing that is needed. So on average, there is $70 billion required annually to adapt to climate change. African economies are losing on average 5% of GDP because of climate change, with some outliers in areas such as the Sahel, the losses would be much higher. There are $3 trillion needed to implement the nationally determined contributions. And at current trends, Africa's NDCs will not be delivered. So $3 trillion essentially is required per annum to close the gap. It is impossible for development finance alone to deal with this gap. There has to be means of unlocking private sector markets, and in a way which is affordable for African countries. We currently, as per the last review period, we're only receiving 7.5% of the needs. But what are the opportunities? The opportunities for African countries is that strategic investment in a green recovery or in green sectors can actually accelerate growth. But the challenge is, in many of these sectors, you need large amounts of financing, and you need that upfront, meaning that you can't spread it over time. You need to do that infrastructure early to get the benefit. And this is where African countries are often at a disadvantage. But we have done modeling which shows a very high return on investment from green sectors relative to fossil fuels. So in studies that we've done looking at, for example, Egypt and at low emissions transport, which would be transport that either are electric or using biofuels, we saw a return on investment of 400%. Through renewable energy investment in Kenya, and in this case, it was particularly biogas plants, we saw a return on investment of about 280%. In Egypt, on investment in renewable energy, again on biogas plants, we saw a return on investment of almost 400%. In South Africa, on investment in electrical vehicle infrastructure associated with the electrification of transportation systems, we saw a return on investment of almost 300%. While in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the investment in utility scale renewable energy and power lines provided a return, and this is particularly on solar, we saw a return on investment of almost 200%. Meanwhile, there is also a good return on investment in adaptation, nature-based solutions, and investments around agriculture. We saw in Egypt, in investment in agriculture and improvement of irrigation systems, and particularly using reverse osmosis irrigation, where you can use seawater to actually be able to deliver agriculture in arid areas. We saw that Egypt could achieve a return on investment of almost 500%. In Kenya, a return on investment of almost 300% is possible by investing in resilient seeds and looking at that in the context of the agricultural value chain. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, investing in agroforestry around natural capital investments brings a return on investment of almost 200%, while in South Africa, similar types of investments, and we looked specifically there at mangrove restoration, brought a return on investment of 150%. Very interestingly, investing in irrigation, which both helps to reduce the risk of flooding, improves the management of water resources, and improves the yield in agriculture. In the DRC, we saw a return on investment of 500%. So there are huge opportunities for these types of investments, but the critical element is to achieve those investments upfront and not having piecemeal, drip-fed investment that allows small-scale projects which have good impact, but remain small-scale. We need large-scale investment. So what are the empowering instruments for unlocking resources for Africa? And again, I would like to stress that the points that I will be emphasizing here are not to diminish the focus on the 100 billion, because we need the 100 billion. But the 100 billion is seed financing, which will allow us to unlock trillions. The right investment of that seed financing will allow African countries to dramatically accelerate and multiply their investments. So firstly, one of the main opportunities for investment is actually on energy generation. And there's a huge energy deficit across the continent, which is an investment opportunity. There are actually 70 gigawatts capacity in terms of projects which are already awaiting financing. And with the right structuring, a lot of these can actually be financed by the private sector. Some of the donor-led financing can be used perhaps to de-risk those projects, but allow that financing to flow. We see huge opportunity in solar. And of course, there is the traditional or rather well-established opportunity around hydro. There is emerging opportunity on onshore wind, as well as geothermal, and countries such as Kenya, but particularly able to look at issues such as geothermal, and may even be able to depend on geothermal for base generation needs. What we have seen is that if we take the Sustainable Development Goal, which assumes universal access to energy by 2030, that requires putting in place 250 gigawatts by 2030, which means that African countries need to double their present electricity generation and increase it by 5-fold by 2050. That represents $500 billion in terms of investment by 2030. Now we have to keep in mind that 100 billion per annum is supposed to cover the whole world, and it's supposed to cover all forms of different investment. It's very evident that the 100 billion is just a starting point. The 500 billion alone that is needed in Africa for energy is a huge investment opportunity, an investment opportunity that, if done in the right way, can also stimulate other forms of growth and can stimulate value chains across the continent. But currently, less than 2% of the global clean energy finance, which particularly led by the private sector, is coming to Africa. So there's a huge effort that needs to be made there. The Economic Commission for Africa is trying to address this through its SDG 7 initiative, and that is looking at 3 pillars: sustainability, meaning trying to choose the right framework for energy, looking at the experiences that have worked in various African countries, and trying to apply that in different countries. It's also about governance and looking at the aspect of, for example, reliability of the regulatory environment, ensuring that private sector investors are reassured that they can get return on investment in terms of the money that they will put in. And it's about mobilizing finance and looking at how market-based operators can invest in energy across the continent. This also involves developing the capacity of African private sector investors and empowering African investors themselves to invest in renewable energy across the continent. In that context, we have been championing the principle of Team Energy Africa, which is about opening access to Africa's capital for Africa's development. And so it's about a team of investors that know the African landscape and are trying to channel financing in the way that will be transformative. It means connecting local knowledge with international financing from across the continent, and also means developing innovative business models for domestic resource mobilization. There are countries like Ghana that have looked at mobilization of resources from taxing, for example, the telecom sector. It's controversial because some people feel that you are taxing people who are already paying a lot, but it does mobilize resources that can be invested then in infrastructure. But there is a huge opportunity as well for things like pension funds to invest in a systematic manner across the continent. So in terms of the SDG 7 initiative for Africa, The idea is to focus investment in the power sector, facilitate through resources that will be available through the UN and other partners for regulatory reforms, and ensure that states can also invest in the right energy mix for them. So that means choosing renewable energy the most of the time, but also investing in base generation. In some cases, that might mean an increase in fossil fuels, such as gas as a transition energy, which then allows more renewables to come online. Working with potential lenders and investors, we can also have consolidated portfolios for clean energy investment, meaning that we are not necessarily creating an investment in only one country, but creating investment in multiple countries simultaneously. Also creating the opportunity for investment in bonds, in equity bonds, which again can make it more attractive for potential investors. It also creates the opportunity for public-private partnerships where you can work with off-takers and with utilities for investment in these sectors. And this can be an entry point as well for development partners, such as development finance institutions and partners in Europe and elsewhere. But the goal being to develop the capacity of African institutions to invest in their own development. One of the initiatives that the ECA has put forward to particularly facilitate bond financing is an instrument called the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility, which was launched at COP26. And this aims to crowd in more investors and increase demand, reduce the cost for borrowers by increasing this demand, mobilizing private sector capital to help close the gap, incentivize sustainability-linked investments, meaning that investments that would be issued as sovereign bonds by African countries, for example, would have a lower cost if they are linked to sustainable criteria, such as investing in renewable energy, and would also support countries' graduation from what's called the Poverty, Resilience and Growth Trust. So these are currently countries that are low-income countries that are borrowing cheaply from the World Bank and the IMF under this PRGT, Poverty, Resilience and Growth Trust. But often those countries could potentially also get access to more resources if they could cheaply access bond markets. This is done by creating what is essentially called a repo market or repurchasing market. The very simple way to understand this is that African countries currently, when we issue bonds, those bonds are often demarcated for 10 years and the investor is essentially locked into that investment for a period of time. Now with a repo market, it means that immediately, meaning a secondary market, a repurchasing market, when an African country would issue a bond, that bond can be immediately traded multiple times. And therefore the risk would be dissipated over time because the investor, even if they have bought a particular bond, they know they can resell it on the repurchasing market very quickly, therefore reducing their risk. This will work in tandem with the wider development of bond markets across the continent to help increase the participation of green investments from the private sector and looking at the areas in Africa where it will have the most impact. We've also been looking at accessing carbon markets in Africa. We all know that under Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement, there is an attempt to try and improve at the global level the quantification of carbon and the impact that it has on the global economy, and particularly allowing for historical emitters to pay for the impact that they have caused, while also costing carbon into the global economy in a way which gradually over time allows that carbon to be reduced, because you will essentially have costed it into the cost of doing business. Additionally, and this slide speaks to the opportunity that African countries have at being able to access voluntary markets, because African countries have huge natural assets. In fact, it is estimated that with nature-based carbon removal alone, Africa can meet 30% of the world's sequestration needs. And this means that a large amount of the opportunity to raise income and revenue by African countries can be achieved by tapping into these markets. But this is dependent on increasing the price per ton for those markets to be useful for African countries. So we see on the right side of this slide that certain regions have more opportunities than others. In particular, the central region or the middle region has perhaps the biggest natural capital opportunity, followed closely by the eastern region and the western region. But there are significant natural assets in all of these regions to be able to access carbon markets. If we are to look at carbon markets in the context of $120 per ton, we would actually be able to raise a huge amount of resources per annum in excess of 30 billion. But even if we were to have a relatively lower price, let's say at $50 per ton, and this, while currently we are still far from that amount, this would allow African countries to raise about $15 billion per year. And the interesting aspect is that this can be invested in sectors that are already necessary. So if we look at agriculture, if climate smart principles are used, and if we take an example of rice agriculture, simply improving irrigation in rice paddies can reduce the amount of methane emissions by up to 30%. And improving irrigation improves the yield of those rice paddies, improves rice production across the continent, which is one of the staples that is increasingly being used across the continent, but doing so in a way which also actually reduces emissions. So there are multiple benefits. And so there is the opportunity, for example, to invest in this climate smart type of rice production and claim carbon credits at the same time. We also want to look at the way in which we can develop Africa's sustainable finance markets, creating dedicated green and sustainable segments in various exchanges. There are at least 6 African exchanges that currently have sustainability-related indices, and that includes the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the Egyptian Stock Exchange, the Cape Verde Stock Exchange, the Stock Exchange of Mauritius, the Nigerian Stock Exchange, and the Casablanca Stock Exchange. These are all potential vehicles to invest in those specific countries, but also to channel investments across the continent. The Sustainable Stock Exchange Green Finance Action Plan, which is a voluntary action plan on how stock exchanges can grow green finance, is also an opportunity to develop these products across the continent. There is also a need to strengthen the legal and regulatory framework through national green bond programs and taxonomies. And there are examples through South Africa's Johannesburg Stock Exchange green bond programs, Nigeria's sovereign and NGX green bond program, and the Kingdom of Morocco's green bond for solar power examples. There are also countries that have done sovereign bonds, notably Egypt in 2020, to invest in their renewable energy sector. And you have countries such as my own, I'm from Seychelles, that did a blue bond in 2018, which was channeling financing into the development of the sustainable fisheries sector. There is a need to simplify environmental, social, and governance criteria and to have more harmonized approaches towards these kinds of investments, which can facilitate the ability of African countries to tap into these markets. And investors do take into account these ESG factors quite significantly. And this also leads to an opportunity to go towards the use of, for example, key performance indicators as a means of simplification. What that means is that if a country was to issue a bond, they could establish performance indicators. So they could say, for example, that they would be investing in climate smart rice production and increase the production of rice by a certain amount of tons, and also being able to reduce the methane by a certain amount of tons. And these kind of bonds with key performance indicators can often be done more cheaply because there is a recognition, there is a reward for being able to invest more cheaply. Unfortunately, there's not much of a track record yet in Africa, but we are confident that through the right frameworks and the endorsement of these kind of principles at COP27, there should be a reward which is locked in towards the adoption of these key performance indicators aligned with nationally determined contributions and allowing the mobilization of additional resources. So overall, the ESG factors are considered in terms of the bond frameworks, in terms of the types of bonds that would be issued, also in related to countries' overall sustainability strategy. It also helps to address transparency in terms of allocation of proceeds, and in some cases can also reduce the risk that may be associated with controversies related to human rights, environmental or governance risks. On the right, you will see that there are various factors that are taken into account in terms of the way in which these bonds are applied and the various criteria, and particularly the level of ambition that are linked to the issuance of those bonds. There is a growing importance of key performance indicators in sovereign debt issuances. And you see on the right of the slide in 2021, there was actually almost a doubling of the amount of these type of instruments. For the moment, not focused enough on Africa. If Africa can tap into these markets, they can potentially reduce the cost of capital. And one of the key elements that we want to achieve at COP27 is to actually link all these types of issuances to key performance indicators that can be objectively measured. And if African countries are to issue these types of bonds, that they be rewarded with an access to finance which is commensurate with the impact that this would offer both to their countries domestically and nationally, and also how these contribute towards the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Some examples of key performance indicators that can be used. So you have climate resilience types indicators around land restoration, for example, the amount of hectares of land restored or watersheds are forested. In terms of coastal protection, the amount of kilometers squared of marine protected areas, carbon abatements that are sequestered, and the percentage of populations, for example, with access to energy. In terms of biodiversity restoration, you have examples again, such as the protected areas for fish reproduction, the recovery in endangered species, or improving soil fertilization rates and restoring critically endangered vegetative species as examples. One of the final areas that I will touch on is the opportunity to use debt for climate adaptation swaps to increase investment in climate resilience. So debt for climate swaps essentially involve countries that may have existing high amounts of debt, and they may have existing creditors that agree to forgive a portion of that debt. And in return, that country will essentially continue to pay towards the same amount of debt, but they agree that the payments that they were previously using to pay for their debt will be invested in climate resilience. So it creates a new flow of finance towards climate resilience. In those scenarios, you would have a creditor who would agree that they would forgive a part of that debt, and the savings are invested in climate resilience. But you can also do a debt for climate swap by achieving a cheaper rate of interest. So you may have an existing debt which is expensive, which can be refinanced at a much cheaper rate. In some occasions, that cheaper rate can be achieved with a guarantee from a credible bank, the African Development Bank, the World Bank, and so on. Or in some cases, by looking at the key performance indicators, some of these dedicated funds that are looking to invest in climate resilience globally may actually be able to provide a lower rate of interest because they are wanting to channel that finance into dedicated funds that show an impact. So in terms of debt swaps, to improve their efficiency, because they have been done in the past, again, when I was working in the Seychelles government in 2015, we did a debt for climate finance, the climate adaptation swap. The government of Belize did one last year in 2021. There have been certain countries like Egypt that have done debt swaps with the government of Italy to get investment into their water sector, for example. But if we are to really make debt swaps valuable, they have to be at large scale. There has to be an opportunity to use, for example, budget support, meaning that you would not create a huge amount of additional criteria. You create a debt swap and the savings go directly into a country's budget. They could use it, for example, for post-COVID recovery. You would achieve a reduced debt cost by having a flexibility on the coupon price, essentially, which is the cost of the bond, and through a reduction of the principal, meaning the initial payment. So if your initial debt was 200 million, it might be reduced to 100 million, or it might be reduced by 50% to 100 million. And you therefore achieve a significant amount of saving. But even if there is no reduction on the principal, the flexibility on the coupon price, meaning having a cheaper rate of interest, can allow you to achieve savings. In the context of Seychelles, we went from an interest rate of an average of about 7% to an interest rate of below 3%. The advantage of a debt swap as well is that it can provide additional incentives to achieve some of the goals that you have set yourself in terms of climate adaptation. And it also creates investments that stimulate job creation around natural capital and around adaptation. So how do you achieve these cheaper rates? Again, potentially through a performance guarantee for climate and nature, by agreeing the commitment that you will invest these funds into sectors that build climate resilience. But there is also the opportunity to use investments on the secondary market, so possibly using the ECA's liquidity and sustainability facility to reduce the cost of new issuances, because they can be traded multiple times on the repurchasing market. So to conclude, one of the key asks at COP27 is to centralize a lot of these efforts that are currently being done in international markets in a way which is more accessible for African countries, and which helps build capacity for those African countries to be able to access this myriad number of opportunities of financial structures, which currently are not really used across the continent, but to use it in such a way which channels funds that are really invested in climate resilience across the continent, and which are linked to the creation of sustainable jobs. So this involves a facility where debtors, meaning countries such as African countries, can come, and they would have a systematic engagement with creditors, countries that may hold their debt, and in a way that they can reduce their overall cost of debt. So for example, by reducing the coupon and the principal repayment, by making commitments on, for example, linked to their nationally determined contributions. This would allow them to issue a new debt into a nature performance bond, or it can be a performance bond that might be linked to renewable energy as well. And creditors would buy this new bond at a cheaper rate for the debtor. So the debtor would be paying less money and therefore benefit in terms of real savings. This can be used in terms of the issuance of new debt, but also the refinancing of existing expensive debt. Many African countries over recent years have taken very expensive debt, which means that they are expected to spend in 2022 7% of the GDP as an average towards debt refinancing, towards debt repayments. So reducing the cost of existing debt while also reducing the cost of new debt is one of the key goals of being able to improve financing in the context of COP27. The idea of this vehicle is that it would also provide assured governance and reporting structures that would be led by countries themselves, but which would also feed into this global process. And the idea as well is that the proceeds must be invested in sectors that provide economic and social co-benefits. So that leads me to the end. I have shared quite a few complicated concepts, but we hope that this allows you to think about the development of financial markets across the continent and how we can leverage those financial markets to channel more financing into climate resilience across the continent, in addition to the 100 billion that needs to be mobilized, and in addition to the new climate finance that we must set at Sharm el-Sheikh. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's time for you to ask your questions. But we've had very excellent presentations from Beta and Paul Adams. Please, let's appreciate them once more. Now, from you, who can remind us of the 3 pillars of climate change intervention? Who can remind us? From the UNFCCC mechanism, there are 3 pillars of commitment. Number one, adaptation. Number 2, number 3. Okay, so you will observe that there is money available for adaptation, and money is available for mitigation. But as you saw, there is no money available for loss and damage. And that's a critical element that we are looking at. And number two, from their presentation, the money that is available is insufficient. It's not only insufficient, there is no commitment because the pledges are not being fulfilled. And the whole idea now is to look at the financial mechanisms, the international financial mechanisms, to see how these funds can be increased. And while you are doing that, there is also a focusing at the domestic level. What can Africa do for itself? So these are the two elements that is placed on the table. And some of them, they begin to bring in questions and issues. For example, the last one I just heard was very interesting, and I was even laughing to debt swaps for climate debt. Debt swaps for climate finance. Remember that Africa contributed very insignificant carbon emissions released into the atmosphere. What percentage? Less than 4%. And now debt swaps can be one of the examples. I want to give you the floor, but I want to task our presenters first and foremost. We are youths, we are activists, we've been to summer school. Now I'm going back home in a few weeks. How do I assess international climate finance? What is my role? How do I come in? This question is for Paul and Beta, if you can note that. It's very important. I also noticed that the issue of carbon debt was not quite captured. So if you can dwell a little bit on that. So the floor is opened and I will take a few questions. Can I see your hand up? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Please take number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 questions. And then we give the floor to our presenters.
Thank you. I'm Adham from Egypt, and thank you for the lectures, both professors.
Yeah.
And thank you, Doctor, for commenting on debt swaps, because actually my comment was the same, because I find the idea of debt swap very weird and confusing, because I don't think Africa need to pay any more debt. So can we once more illustrate the idea of debt swap? Because maybe it's not clear for me. Maybe I understood it in a wrong way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Debt swapped, please explain a little bit more. The whole idea is that we owe no debt and we pay no debt. So where is debt swap coming from? Question 2. Number 2. Give it to your next person there, it's fine. It's fine, so that it might...
Hi, I'm Zina from Tunisia. The panelists talk about the hydrogen, and I'm thinking that hydrogen is, for me, is not the solution in Africa, or at least in my country or North Africa, because it uses a lot of water, to be produced. So how can we propose or finance hydrogen as a solution in a region where we have some problems of water? So we are proposing solutions and we are making some other problems. And
Thank you. Thank you. Hydrogen energy in place of renewable energy, the sun, the solar. So why hydrogen? What is the impact? Yes, someone was here. Is it you?
Yeah.
Okay, please go on.
Good morning.
Please, your name and your question.
Okay, my name is Sylvia Bei Kijangwa from Africa Youth Transformation in Tanzania. And my quick question is on the inclusion by Jean Paul on the Ask of Africa to the COP27. I wanted to ask an addition to that, ask how to be able to access this information from the grassroots, because from the grassroots, that's where people are most affected, and they are the ones where the projects are implemented on. So how do they access this information about climate finance? The money that is there, the funds that are there to finance the project that are implemented to them, because at the end of the day, they are the ones who are affected and they have solutions. Thank you.
I'm a youth. I work with local communities. How do I or the communities assess climate finance? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sandra from Zimbabwe. My first question was, looking at the lack of commitment by developed countries on climate finance, I would like to know if there are alternatives put in place to make the developed country contribute to the targeted amount, even beyond. And the second question to the second presenter was, are there any models being put to ensure African countries are mobilizing climate finance from natural resources revenues, especially through taxation or foreign investors investing in extractives?
Thank you very much. The commitment, the finance commitments, are there binding mechanisms, or they are just pledges that can be broken at will? How do we bring them to comply? Then I saw hands at the extreme end. Yes? Please, microphone.
Bonjour à tous. Je vais aller en français.
Please switch your communication. Yes, go on.
Ok, merci à tous. Et vraiment, je suis très à l'aise ce matin avec ce thème-là, qui est un des défis majeurs de la mise en œuvre pour l'atteinte des objectifs de développement durable en Afrique. Parce que le financement, c'est le défi majeur. Et vraiment, je suis content de cette présentation. Je voudrais revenir sur les responsabilités des pays sous-développés, des pays en développement également, parce que durant la présentation, nous avons beaucoup plus parlé de ce que les pays en développement doivent apporter, mais nous-mêmes, en tant que pays en développement, nous devons également participer. Quand nous parlons du financement des CDN, il y a assez de financement. Le constat est qu'il y a assez de financement disponible, mais les pays africains n'arrivent pas à avoir accès à ces financements-là. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y a assez de défis qu'ils peinent à relever. Le premier défi, c'est en termes de données. Dans nos pays africains, c'est difficile d'avoir des données fiables. Le deuxième défi, c'est en termes de renforcement de capacité, parce que, par exemple, il y a beaucoup de donneurs. Chaque donneur a ses critères et c'est souvent difficile de savoir comment respecter les critères de chaque donneur. Donc, c'est également des critères que les pays africains aussi doivent prendre en compte pour pouvoir avoir accès au financement. Également, j'aimerais revenir aussi sur les technologies. Les pays africains, il est dit que normalement les pays développés devraient nous appuyer sur 3 domaines. Premièrement, le financement, et c'est sur ça qu'on parle beaucoup plus, le renforcement de capacité, et en dernier lieu, les technologies. C'est aussi un challenge sur lequel les pays africains doivent vraiment travailler pour qu'on puisse avoir beaucoup plus, aller à l'atteinte des objectifs de développement durable. Ça, c'est ma première contribution. Maintenant, en ce qui concerne l'implication du secteur privé dans la mise en œuvre des activités, dans l'atteinte des objectifs de développement durable, je crois qu'il y a un travail qui mérite d'être fait pour expliquer aux membres du secteur privé qu'est-ce qu'ils ont à y gagner, à apporter également leur appui pour l'atteinte des objectifs de développement durable. Récemment, j'ai eu à travailler avec un expert du PNUD sur les effets des changements climatiques des changements climatiques sur les plages de la Côte d'Ivoire, dans la région de Bassam. Donc, les résultats n'ont pas été publiés, n'ont pas été encore publiés, mais ça a montré que d'ici 50 ans, la plupart des hôtels qui sont au bord de la plage vont disparaître. Ça, par exemple, quand on va expliquer ça à ces gens, à ces propriétaires d'hôtels, ils pourront savoir qu'ils doivent participer. S'ils veulent vraiment maintenir leurs hôtels, ils doivent participer également à ce noble combat. Donc, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Next. Yes, over there.
Thank you very much to Beta and Jean for the presentation. My name is Lucky from Nigeria. First of all, I want to react to both presenters that assessing climate finance as young persons is still very difficult, especially from those in the global South, Africa, as young persons who have passion to provide solutions to even the problems we are contributing less than 4% to. My question is to Beta, who is the climate finance advisor for German Watch. And my question is centering around the concerns with the 100 billion, looking at the conversations around the NCQG that we have now, as mentioned. There are still concerns, even at COP27, we as civil society had established that it was a failure because we did not see clear accountability and transparency and framework how the 100 billion had gone. And we're hearing today that 80% of the 100 billion has been disbursed to Africa. Yes, it's a concern. We want to know what frameworks have been used. Now, the concern is, as the climate finance advisor for German Watch, how do we prevent the concerns from transparency to accountability on the NCQG that is already ongoing now, and the role of young persons? Because in this room we have young climate activists who are going to continue to demand for climate justice for Africa. How do we avoid the already established issues of transparency and accountability from those who have the money to give to Africa to address issues of loss and damage and other issues that we have? Thank you.
Thank you. I saw a lady's hand behind you. Are you still willing to speak? Is there anybody there whose hand was up? Okay, give it to this lady. And then come back to you, the last person.
Bonjour à tous. Ma question va porter un peu sur les finances au niveau de l'Afrique. Ces finances que je trouve que les questions des finances climat sont un peu un cercle vicieux pour l'Afrique, si on peut le dire. Parce que déjà, les finances qui sont mises à la disposition du continent pour qu'il puisse s'adapter aux questions de la crise climatique, c'est comme si la main droite donnait pour que nous puissions nous adapter, et que de l'autre côté, il y a la main gauche qui est là pour récupérer lorsqu'il s'agit des questions de transfert de technologies qui sont assez coûteux et tout. Alors, pourquoi ne pas alléger de façon globale ce système, la politique, pour faciliter vraiment à l'Afrique de s'adapter à cette question de crise climatique? Merci.
Thank you. Lastly.
Thanks. My name is Konran Nwesa. I'm from Malawi. Mine is a small question to Betha relating to the definition of climate financing. When do you think we're going to have this definition? I'm asking this because there are emerging dimensions of market-based financing which are actually coming up. And in the long run, we may find ourselves in a situation where we are accounting for climate finance from a perspective that is market-based. How do we separate this? So how soon are we going to have this definition so that we actually work accordingly?
Thank you very much. I think our facilitators have the floor. In what order? I think Beta should go first, address some of these questions as much as possible, and then we turn it over to Jim Paul. Beta, you have the floor.
Thank you. Well, I don't know where to start, so I'm just going to try to start from like the more general question, I think, which is what you ask about how to assess climate finance. I mean, I've heard from some of you that it's hard, you know, that to assess climate finance from the perspective of the youth and climate finance climate activists in general, young people. I can tell you this is not hard just for you. I mean, I don't think it's a matter of like being young or being a climate activist. I think assessing climate finance is hard for everyone. It is hard for everyone, not just because of the lack of transparency that we've been talking about or the lack of definitions of climate finance. It's just hard in general because especially when it comes to issues of adaptation, but not only, but especially, it is very hard to separate from other more traditional topics of development. I mean, at the end of the day, we separated because of an issue of accounting, because one of the principles of climate finance, let's say, or like one of the key agreements and understandings of climate finance is that this finance goes beyond development finance. It cannot be used. Development finance and climate finance are different, not because they're like completely separate topics, because that's not true, but because developing countries expect climate finance to be provided on top of development or more traditional development finance, so that what I think Jean-Paul mentioned at some point doesn't happen, which is that developed countries, instead of financing other pressing issues like education or health, they start diverting this money to climate finance. So that's why we separate climate finance from traditional development finance. But if you look at the realities on the ground, there is no clear separation between development and climate, especially adaptation, because adaptation is very much linked to development as well. I mean, when you think about adaptation, you have obviously the climate, let's say, triggers or like hazards, you know, droughts, storms, etc. But also on the other side, you have socioeconomic issues, you know, poverty, a lack of data, like someone mentioned, all of these things that are more traditionally linked to development. So it is hard to assess for everyone because it is a matter of separating these two things a bit artificially. And when you do it in the reality, it's very hard to assess. So I think assessing climate finance is hard for everyone. So it's, trust me, it's not only for you. But to me, it links a little bit to the methodologies, as I said, in the definitions, you know. And I think I'll jump to the last question here before coming back, because someone asked, when will we have a definition of climate finance so that this becomes more transparent and easier for everyone? I think, honestly, that we will probably never have a definition of climate. If I'm being very honest with you, I don't think we'll ever have one definition of climate finance. And I want to be very clear that this is not because it's not possible. It's not a technical difficulty. Like agreeing a definition and a methodology is perfectly possible, even though it would require a lot of negotiation and concessions from both sides or from all sides. The problem is that developed countries have no interest in having one definition of climate finance, because the reality is that, and then this is a personal opinion, but I think many people would agree, the reality is that they don't want to have transparency and accountability. They don't want to be told what they're doing right or wrong. And therefore, every time developing countries try to have a definition or try to move towards a definition of climate finance, they developed countries blocked these attempts. And so in COP26 in Glasgow, there was a new push from developing countries to have a definition. And what came out of this was a mandate to one of the standing bodies of the UNFCCC, which is the Standing Committee on Finance. You probably have heard of it. The Standing Committee on Finance is, let's say, a committee that is permanent within the UNFCCC, and where many discussions of climate finance take place from different parties. This is like countries, right? Representing negotiators representing their countries. And the closest we got to get a mandate for a definition of climate finance was that the COP agreed to mandate the Standing Committee on Finance to discuss definitions, plural, not one, but many definitions of climate finance. I guess in order to accommodate everyone, so that developed countries can continue to define climate finance however they want. But the reality is that unless a very strong push or somehow some really strong negotiating on the side of the countries manages it, which I really highly doubt, we will never have it, because as I said, it's a political issue, it's not a technical issue. It's developed countries that don't want it because they don't actually want transparency. And so coming back to how do we manage to ensure these commitments are met, also, I'm sorry to be so negative today, but I think we don't have any mechanism. So the 100 billion is a commitment that was non-binding because it was basically just something the developed countries said they were going to do. And obviously we take them at their word. We expect commitments to be made, especially in the international level, right? If you made a commitment in the UN, everyone expects you to meet it. But the reality is that there's no mechanisms to hold countries accountable, except in the negotiations. So obviously what there is that when COPs happen, obviously you're negotiating, so you give something, you get something, and usually developing countries are, more willing to negotiate other parts if they can have assurances that climate finance will flow. But those are just still assurances. We don't have any binding pledges. We don't have any processes to hold accountable the failures of this commitment. We don't have any of that. Discussions in some areas have moved from, moving to from the system of pledges, which is basically the country says, I'm going to give this many billions in the next 5 years from our budget, to more, let's say, institutionalized ways of providing climate finance. And there have already been some attempts, though they have failed so far, but at least we know more or less what this looks like. For those of you who follow the negotiations, a related negotiation to the climate finance talks was in a sense, the negotiations on Article 6, which is the carbon markets. And if you followed a little bit the negotiations on carbon markets, one of the very strong issues that was discussed during these negotiations was the issue of a share of proceeds. What does that mean? These are markets, right? So they don't have anything to do directly with climate finance per se, but there is money being exchanged against commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. What we call the ITMOs, the internationally traded reductions on mitigation outcomes, I think it's called, what an ITMO is. So there's money around, and the idea of a share of proceeds is that from a percentage of all the money that is being transferred in those markets can be in a certain way taken and dedicated to climate finance. So the proposal was to have a share of proceeds that would go from these markets into the adaptation fund, so that the adaptation fund can be capitalized. And this doesn't require pledges from many countries. It's a market. You have the market, and every time there is a transaction, you have a share of the proceeds that goes into the adaptation fund to finance adaptation. So this was only partly achieved. There is a share of proceeds for one of the mechanisms of Article 6, but unfortunately, developing countries wanted this kind of share of proceeds for all mechanisms of Article 6, and that they didn't achieve. But you can already see what I mean when I said we need to move past. The idea is to move past pledges, so that we don't depend on the pledges of developed countries, but there are more institutionalized ways of collecting money and dedicating it to climate finance, like a tax. It's kind of a tax, but it's not a tax. It's a share of proceeds on carbon markets, for example. So that would be, but we don't have any other ways of ensuring that these commitments are met. Sorry. Someone mentioned access to finance from developing countries. I think it was someone that was speaking in French, and they were talking about what the developing countries have to do as well on their side as a way to ensure access. And there was an issue of data and criteria, etc. This is my opinion. Of course, I know this is a conversation that's had, but in my opinion, even though developing countries obviously need to meet certain criteria, The problem from my view is it's not one of developing countries not doing enough only, but it's also an issue of the difficulty of the criteria and the architecture available out there. Because, I mean, it is really, I don't even know what word to use. It's really strange to expect a developing country that has very limited resources, most likely, to be able to develop the capacity to meet all the criteria out there. Is ridiculous. Because do you remember that I show you the picture of the architecture of climate finance, the incredible amount of funds that are out there and the incredible amount of channels that you have out there? And how can you expect any developing country to be able to fully understand and meet the criteria of 30, 40, 50 climate funds or like funds that have or can provide climate finance? So the push from many developing countries is not for developing countries to invest even more time and resources amongst their limited resources to meet all of these incredible amount of criteria, but simply for providers of finance to simplify their criteria and to like harmonize their criteria so that it is easier to understand what is expected of developing countries, you know, because you can spend years trying to build a capacity for a developing country to understand the entirety of this architecture. But why do you need all this architecture? Why not simplify it and harmonize it so that it's actually easier for developing countries to access this funding? In terms of data, yes, this is obviously an issue because data is necessary for developing countries to be able to justify, you know, the links to climate change when it comes to climate finance. You need to justify that it's linked to climate. But I mean, discussions, like I spent a lot of time in discussions with the Green Climate Fund, and I can tell you discussions within the Green Climate Fund is the need also for flexibility in certain cases, because we've had cases in which the Green Climate Fund expects countries that have been at war for the past 20 years to just somehow magically, I would say, produce 30 years of data. How do you expect a country that has conflicts or has been through civil war to just get out 30 years of data, of climate data from nowhere to justify a project? It's not easy. It's basically not possible. You know, you have to adapt to certain context. And this is not only countries that have been at war. I mean, many developing countries have difficulties acquiring 30, 40 years of data to justify, and this is, I'm not exaggerating, this is usually what it takes, 30, 20, 30, 40 years of climate data to justify a proposal for a project. I mean, it is, so these kind of discussions require flexibility on both sides, because sometimes it's just not possible to have 30 years of data in a developing country for many, many reasons. And so the discussion is always also, how do we work around these things? You know, how do we also include local knowledge, traditional knowledge? Because at the end of the day, if you're trying to help communities adapt to climate change, communities know what changes they can observe in climate. I mean, it might not be scientific in the traditional way we understand it, but you can still see that communities understand well the changes in their environment and the needs that stem from these changes. And so some flexibility has to be included as well. And the Green Climate Fund specifically has been working kind of towards acknowledging the validity of local and traditional knowledge as part of this discussion of data and how to justify climate. Finally, just to like a final word on the NCQG and the new collective quantifier goal and how do we create accountability and transparency. As I said, there is an enhanced transparency framework within the UNFCCC, which does establish kind of a certain amount of information that developed countries need to provide. I would say also that it goes back a little bit also to the definitions of climate finance, which I already said we're probably never going to get one. But what I want you to understand maybe from the conclusion before getting into many technical details is precisely that this is not a technical issue, that it's not possible to have a definition, that it is not possible to have a system of accountability. All of these things are possible from a technical perspective. The problem is political. The problem is the lack of willingness of certain countries to actually provide accountability and transparency in a way that allows, you know, like a full follow-up of these of the progress in meeting these goals. And why is this important? Because you're activists, and this is exactly what activism is supposed to be doing, right? And I mean, the technicalities, we can work them around. The problem is pushing to create political will to actually achieve these levels of transparency and accountability. And so with that, I think I'll stop here and just allow Jean-Paul to take all the other questions. I hope I have answered most of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please clap for her. Please clap for her. Jean-Paul Adams, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, moderator, and thank you, Bertha. I think you've done a great job. Thank you also for the questions, because the activism is very strong, and that's encouraging, you know, because we need that kind of energy. I think we've seen a lot of energy in the room, and I think we need that kind of energy. So some of my answers might be framed a little bit around the practical, but that does not mean that there is not room for the activism, because sometimes you have to raise very difficult questions for the politicians. But it's true that, you know, I work for the UN. I often try to focus on the elements that are achievable. And I think Bertha put it very well, is that most of the things are technically possible, but are politically often out of reach because of intransigences. And I'll touch on those a little bit more. So firstly, I will touch it because I think you asked a little bit about the idea of carbon debt. And I have not gone into detail on this because it's not really an area of expertise for me. And it's not really an area that we have worked on in detail. But it is a very interesting premise, because essentially, and there are different ways of looking at the issue of carbon debt, but essentially it recognizes that the countries that by continuing to emit, you are essentially depleting the carbon budget, because there is a point at which, and we are already very close to that point, there is a point at which the damage is irreversible. And certainly for some ecosystems, that damage is already irreversible. And the cost is immense. We've done work in ECA that has shown that for every 2 degrees of warming above pre-industrial levels, Africa loses 5% of GDP as a minimum. And like I said, that there are outliers, there are regions that will lose a lot more. And so the idea of carbon debt is that we are looking to charge interest essentially on emissions of debt that on carbon emissions that basically reduce our ability to adapt and to reverse the impacts of climate change. Now, there are different ways in which this could theoretically be done. And certainly the Article 6 discussions and in terms of a global carbon price is a way of potentially addressing this, because if you put a price on the global issuance of carbon, then everyone has to find a way to deal with that cost of doing business, which would be additional to the current cost of doing business. The way forward on this is very difficult. And I think we must all be aware that not all African countries are united on how to deal with this. There is a lot of unity on the idea of the continued idea of common but differentiated responsibility, which I think is morally correct, in that African countries need to industrialize and they need space to do so in a way which allows them to have investments in access to energy, for example, and do the kind of infrastructure investments that many countries maybe did 100 years ago, and which we have not had the resources to do so. And having that right balance between allowing or essentially charging historical emitters for carbon, and while also at the same time incentivizing the reduction of carbon over time, is one of the biggest difficulties essentially politically to achieve. But I think for all of you as activists, so I would say in terms of the practical sense, that, and I would perhaps give a little bit my personal view, is that we should have a global price on carbon. because then if we have a global price on carbon, everyone has to adapt to that scenario. We do need to factor in that space for developing countries and African countries. And I think one of the key points is to bring that about. That would be one very significant step towards addressing these kind of issues. Moving on to debt swaps. Sorry, maybe before I go on to that, on the question of the price of carbon, I think we also need to differentiate between the idea of a global regulated market and, of course, the voluntary market. The figures that I gave assumed accessing the voluntary market, which is also an opportunity for African countries if done right, because it can allow us to do things that we need to do anyway, such as invest in agriculture, but raise additional resources at the same time that can be invested in other areas. But that does not mean that we should not have a global price on carbon as well. And the goal towards reducing carbon overall and in line with the goals of the Paris Agreement does require us to look at this in a very serious way. And the challenge and the difficulty, which we already see from the bond negotiations, will be how to achieve this in a way whereby we have an implementable scheme at the global level, and that developing countries have the right space to also be able to develop in that context. But in a scenario which is truly about reducing carbon in line with the Paris Agreement, everyone will have to pay for carbon, including those who have historically not emitted as much, because the reality is that we are already so close to reaching the point of no return. So we have to reduce carbon overall, and not just from the perspective of historical responsibility, even though there is a very strong moral argument that those that have emitted the most in the past have to pay. In a practical sense, because we are so close to the point of no return, all future emissions have to be reduced, and we have to find pathways that reduce those emissions. On the question of debt swaps, I fully agree the moral argument of African countries have not caused the problem, therefore why look at issues such as debt? I think we go back to the point of some of the practical solutions that have been possible, which have been proven to work in certain circumstances, which can bring additional resources for the countries that might be in a position to do so. It's not necessarily right for every country, but it might be right for some. And the reason why we are, particularly at the UN, we are putting emphasis on some of these practical solutions is that the politics are so toxic and so difficult to achieve a result. Some of you may recall, the 100 billion was first raised as a commitment in Copenhagen in 2009, 13 years ago. And in 2022, the 100 billion is still not only not achieved, but I think there's a lot of smoke and mirrors in terms of how that money is being deployed. And I think the Oxfam study in particular shows how donors are using terminologies to essentially not actually spend more money, and funds are being moved around from one budget to other to show an overall increase in climate finance. But if overall development finance is not increased, we are still in a very difficult situation as a planet. And the focus that we have been putting on very much is on what things can African countries do very quickly to mobilize at least some resources that can be channeled towards climate resilience, and which, and the examples that I gave around debt swaps, if we move towards using debt swaps as a means of providing budget support, it means that these African countries will have flexibility in how they deploy these resources quickly into areas that need them the most and into direct action on the ground. So it's a mechanism which is not making any moral judgment on the historical aspect of debt, because in many countries, they have taken on board debt for reasons which are historically not correct. They have been burdened with debt from colonial eras. And it is, I think, the choice of each individual country on how they treat their debt. But there are frameworks which would allow countries to access their debt or restructure their debt in a way which creates new resources that can be invested. And the other way of looking at this is that in developed markets, routinely, countries will actually go back to the market and restructure their debt because they feel they're paying too much. The problem is that because of the lack of development of these financial markets, or rather the lack of access to these financial markets by African countries, we have not been able to restructure our debt in the same way. And we essentially reach the point of default before we are then ending up to restructure. The point of debt swaps is saying you may be able to restructure your debt, get a better price, pay less for your loans, and you can use the savings to actually invest in climate resilience. And I think that's the main argument of the opportunity for debt swaps. And in the final slide that I shared, and I think the presentation hopefully will be shared with all of you, we are proposing a vehicle at COP27. And when I say we, it's not necessarily ECA. There's a number of countries that are supporting this idea, whereby we can deal with this access to structures such as debt restructuring, which currently you have to be on the border of default before you get to speak about debt restructuring. In the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a structure that was rolled out by the development finance institutions called DSSI, which is the Debt Service Suspension Initiative, DSSI. But what this initiative essentially meant is that all countries that apply under this mechanism, their debt is essentially pushed forward. So they don't have to pay it now while they deal with the pandemic, but it's pushed forward. But the fundamental issues of that debt is not solved, meaning countries still have to pay that debt, and often at high costs. A debt swap can help you reduce the cost of your existing debt, or even take on, if you have the space to do so, or if you have the resources to do so, to restructure your debt where you get some additional financing. And the key is to invest it in an area that brings a return on investment. The point about hydro resources, the presentation I was made was obviously aimed at being general and around the whole of Africa. The energy transition in each individual African country will be very different. So hydro resources are very prevalent and very available in some countries in East Africa, and some countries in Southern Africa and Central Africa. But Northern Africa has very limited access to these types of resources. And so the transition framework will look different in those countries. There will be opportunities for solar in a lot of those North African countries. Egypt have done a lot on that aspect already. Morocco has done a lot in that aspect already. And the challenge which a lot of these countries face is how to then deal with the issue, particularly of what we call intermittency, because solar and wind resources, unlike hydro tends to be more, provide more constant energy, but solar and wind, and solar, obviously, when it is night, you do not generate energy in the same way. And therefore, you have to back it up with a base generation on your system. And in many cases, that does involve mixing significantly with fossil fuels. And in many scenarios, for African countries, gas will be the better form of that transition. But it will be different in each country. So one of the key elements that we have been advocating and supporting countries is that as part of the work on the just transition towards COP27, that countries have clarity on where they need to invest to achieve energy access on a universal basis, and supporting countries to have individual country plans on how to achieve this. Funds to be made available for young people. This is a huge issue. One of the aspects relating to bond issuances is the opportunity that this brings for individual institutions to create specific flows of finance that might be accessed by young people. In the context of Seychelles, for example, when we did our debt swap in 2015 and when we did a blue bond in 2018, in both scenarios, we looked at frameworks that would allow parts of that financing to flow to young people. And in the context of the blue bond, financing was made available as blue grants, and a portion of which was available to young people and women through civil society organizations who are involved in climate adaptation. The funds that were available commercially were made available as low interest loans through the Development Bank of Seychelles, which had the specific aim of improving the value chain around fisheries, looking at investing in things like the cold chain and so on. And there are structures that can be put in place where you are channeling that finance specifically for young people, and where you are trying to deal with the issues that young people face. So, for example, quite often they do not have collateral to be able to access concessional finance. And there are mechanisms that governments can put in place, such as guarantees, but it has to be associated with also a pipeline of activities and projects which really may have an impact at the level of individual countries. So this is something that can be developed at the level of individual countries, but it can also be done regionally. And I think there's some interesting examples in the continent of finance incubators, for example, where they have worked with young people who have interesting projects and then provide matching through financial institutions. The problem that we have, I think, on the continent is the scale. The amount of these financial innovations that are available are still very, very small. And if we can dramatically upscale the amount of finance that is available, we can then channel it more specifically to groups that need it. But I think the point that you are asking is, from a young person, how does this actually happen? And I think everything starts with good ideas. Where there are good ideas, and I think particularly using digital technologies now, there are increasingly ways in which this can be used to mobilize resources to invest in those elements. And certainly the hope is that COP27, that we will have more of these, particularly digital tools, that will allow young people to access opportunities for their projects to be presented and to create matching with potential financing. And it's a process, meaning that if you have ideas, the idea is to nurture those ideas and then work through the questions that emerge. If initially the answer is no, then to work on where is the problem, and then try to find solutions. And I think that that's one of the key areas that we want to really address at COP27. In terms of je vais passer un tout petit coup en français pour répondre un peu aux éléments, aux questions. Je crois qu'il y avait une question autour d'accès au financement, le problème de données sur le continent et l'importance de pouvoir renforcer les capacités. Et comment assurer que les investisseurs réalisent vraiment qu'est-ce qu'ils peuvent gagner à travers les investissements. Je crois que l'exemple des hôtels au bord de la plage est un très bon exemple. Et je crois que la création de fonds qui sont liés à des investissements directement dans la protection de l'environnement permettent, par exemple, alors si on prend l'exemple de ces hôtels au bord de la mer, s'il y a un fonds qui est créé à l'échelle régionale ou à l'échelle nationale qui permet la plantation de mangroves, par exemple, c'est une stratégie très efficace pour réduire l'érosion, et on crée un lien direct entre la valeur économique qui est créée par le tourisme et la protection de l'environnement. Mais bien sûr, dans toutes les circonstances, il faut mobiliser ces financements. Au départ, il faut que ces financements soient disponibles pour faciliter ce travail. Et c'est important que nous facilitons l'accès du secteur privé à investir aussi dans l'adaptation, dans la protection de l'environnement, par exemple, à travers la plantation de mangroves. Juste pour citer quelques exemples. Nous avons aussi parlé des technologies et l'accès aux technologies et comment utiliser ces technologies pour un vrai développement sur le continent africain. Il y a un projet qu'a développé la CEA pour investir, en fait, pour faciliter l'investissement dans la chaîne de valeur autour des batteries sur le continent africain, parce que beaucoup des minerais qui sont déjà minés sur le continent, par exemple le cobalt, le lithium, c'est des extractions qui se font dans des pays comme la RDC, ou bien comme dans la Zambie. Et juste en améliorant la chaîne de valeur sur le continent. Alors, par exemple, l'étude de la CEA a démontré que d'avoir des industries pour la production des précurseurs de batteries sur le continent africain coûterait 30% moins de le faire en Chine, par exemple, que actuellement la majorité des précurseurs de batteries sont faits en Chine, mais de le faire sur le continent africain coûterait 30% de moins. Et en créant des entreprises africaines qui seraient investies, par exemple, dans ces secteurs, ça nous permet de participer dans la chaîne de valeur mondiale des énergies renouvelables, des téléphones portables, des ordinateurs, et d'avoir un lien sur la production de ces technologies et de créer des chaînes de valeur, de créer des emplois autour de ces technologies et justement créer ces opportunités d'investissement à moyen et à long terme. I think that I've covered quite a few of the questions. There may be a few that I've missed, but I would just like to say that there is obviously a big challenge around market-based finance availability for Africa. And there is always a reaction which is absolutely valid to start by saying we need to mobilize the 100 billion. Countries that have committed the 100 billion need to morally respect their commitment. And countries that have been historically the biggest emitters need to do the most effort to actually bring us back or create the flows of finance that will allow us to address climate change. There is a huge moral argument behind these elements and which we must continue to make. I think side by side with those moral arguments, we must look at ways that are practical and which are immediate, that African countries can access the types of financing that often are available to other countries. And we can do so in a way which really allows us to channel those investments to people who need it the most. And that's a little bit the focus of the work that we are doing. And I think that it's important that advocacy that we have focuses on all of those issues, on accessing the market-based financial principles, while also insisting on the moral imperative to address the historical responsibility for climate change. Thank you.
Please clap for him. We want to give the floor to our online participants, and we take one or two questions. We have Sipolo Siambwa. Simpolo. Sipilo.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
I like him so much, and you like your name. Oh, it's our regular. Please, let's welcome him. Sipolo, how are you? You have the floor.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to see you. I'm so delighted, and I'm happy to see everyone there. I wish I was there. Thank you. First of all, I've liked the presentation that have been made by the speaker. It's so educative and so insightful. Climate finance issues are actually are so hard. It's a complex issue, and it is one of the many issues that African countries are fighting on. On my side, I put climate finance as the modern colonialism, because most of the African countries have high debt from developed countries. So, and which has made us so hard for us to develop as an African country. So one of the comments that I want to give is that Africa Union, when we put all African countries together, why can't we have our own COP or agenda on climate change, where countries are able to bargain and discuss on how we can finance this environmental project, climate project in countries at our own level before we go to a global COP. And also we can also start at regional bodies where we create a finance account where countries are able to put money at government level, as well as we put private sectors also come in to put money. I'm sure in that way we can achieve a lot from at country level as well as at regional level as we go into Africa level. And the last level, we should cope where we bargain to investors coming in to invest in Africa as well as those that are giving us pledges. Then the other aspect which I want to also talk about is the issue of how we can clear debt in Africa, because it is one of the hindrance to development and the high level of corruption among our political leaders and other leaders that are serving in corporate areas. So the issue is that how can we develop modalities to African finance, and also on how we can achieve these things. One of the solutions that I wanted to give was like just this week around, we have heard that Uganda has the gold. So why can other countries help us to clear this debt at a goal so that we start from zero, then we develop from that aspect? Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for your contributions. They were actually reflections, not really questions. One of them, why can't we have an African Cup? I think that is on the table. I think these are general reflections. I particularly want to also put some on the table. For Beta and Jean, they've done very well. But Jean in particular mentioned some of our ideas as moral arguments, and that is where I want to look at briefly. It is not so much a moral argument if we say that the world is transiting from fossil fuel to renewable. It is not moral argument, therefore, to begin to think on how the subsidies promoting fossil fuel can be removed from fossil fuel, oil and gas, and placed directly for renewable development. Is that a moral argument? I don't think so. The second point coming out from WTO, the World Trade Organization presentations in Geneva is also very instructive, where developed countries have effectively blocked the idea of being flexible with intellectual property, and to say that intellectual properties should be removed completely or to some extent to allow it to be flexible so that we apply it to renewable energy. You see, when we think in this kind of framework, we automatically unlock the trillions of money that is required for this transition. Again, from Beta and Paul, you see the very strong north-south disequilibrium, politically, economically, the ideas of postponing or trying to scuttle definitions of climate finance. It is not yet over at all because we've not even discussed the issue of loss and damage. And Paul mentioned that even if we do in COP27, it will not lead to an agreement. So here we are again on a rather frustrating note. But what is so important is that market-based solutions often do not deliver on climate finance. And this is why we need also to look inwards. I want to leave you with this idea that the debt that Africans own and the climate debt, which is bigger and which is more historical, and which should we concentrate to address first. These are issues for food as a thought for food. But I want to leave you to have your tea break. The tea break is served. It also mentioned that you are knowledgeable, you have ideas. Paul really mentioned that you have strong activism based on your understanding. So let's appreciate our facilitators once more, Paul and Peter. Let's give them a round of applause. Peter and Paul, thank you so much. We really appreciate your presentations. And also clap for yourself for that very active contribution. And so tea is just for 15 minutes. Please go out, file out, take your tea, and then come back for the second session. Thank you.
Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. Moving on, moving on.
1 2. Mic test 1 2. 1 2. Mic test 1 2. 1 2. Mic test 1 2. 1 2. One two. Mic test 1 2. 1 2.
Settle down, please. Let us start the second session. Come in, please. Let me bring you in.
Yes. I tell you, some empowered women are just fast.
Please don't drive us away from the planet. Hello? Hello? Are you ready? Okay, now to build on the last session, we have an erudite scholar from our own Kenyatta University. He's going to be looking at just transition from the perspective of gender, women empowerment, the green jobs, and what ways our youths can contribute on climate action. Please join me to welcome Dr. Dorcas Otieno, UNESCO Chair on Higher Education Development and Green Economy for Sustainability here in Kenyatta University. Madam, you are welcome. Please clap for her. You have the floor.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Are you happy to be here? I'm also very happy to be here to discuss the topic on gender. And therefore, I'm so excited that all of us here, both gender, we are going to be economically empowered. Can you imagine? If you hear that you're going to be economically empowered, you get excited, isn't it? You jump up, you stand up, you congratulate your partner, whether it's a man or a woman. And I want us to do a special thing today. I would like us to give special flowers to the opposite gender. Can we stand up? And when I make a good point, please don't clap for me, give me flowers. So flowers, I'll be taking your flowers when they come. And I would like you to give your neighbor flowers for gender empowerment. The other partner, flowers. Can we stand up? Let's stand up. Stand up. Can we stand up so that we see the flowers better? Let's stand up. Therefore, some beautiful flowers give to your neighbor. Target the opposite neighbor. Target the opposite neighbor. Yeah. Tell her you are empowered today. You have a green job today. You have a green enterprise today. You'll get green finance today. You'll get climate finance today. Congratulations. Sit down. We said we are not clapping. We are giving each other flowers. You know, when we clap so much, we make noise, isn't it? And what is noise? It's pollution. So let's give each other gentle flowers. You're welcome to my presentation. I think I've been introduced, and further introduction is on my poster here. A UNESCO chair promoting higher education for green growth and sustainability. And that's why I will want to focus on green growth as a pathway or as a transition to economic empowerment. I'm sure there are very many other strategies that have been talked about, very many of them, but it's always good to combine different strategies, always good to also be on the lookout and know what is contemporary, what is trending, what is working, and therefore, I recommend that we create some time to listen to this green growth pathway. It may be something new, and for that reason, that's why you should even be eager to hear what I'll be going to present, and to look forward also to the discussions that will arise from this presentation. You can see there's a lot to cover, all those bullets. We'll define some terms. We'll want to understand why women should be considered more than men. What are the issues? What are policy responses from global to local? When did the policy makers begin to pay attention to gender? And so what is green growth, and how does it give birth to green jobs? What are these green jobs? What is a green enterprise? And therefore, what do we recommend? And obviously, we have the rest of the day. In the afternoon, we will have group discussions, and I will want us to discuss a lot more of the issues I'm going to raise here. And I would like that in a very special way, we develop key messages, key points for COP27 based on green growth as a strategy for women economic empowerment, for gender economic empowerment. I actually just removed women from that bigger title that is normally referred to as the vulnerable groups. The vulnerable groups consist of women youth, we have indigenous groups, we have children, the disabled, all those. And therefore, most of what I'm going to talk about actually can apply to all those vulnerable groups. In fact, my special topic is usually on youth. I deal with youth a lot. But because I'm also a woman, I would like that I share with you how women specifically and how both gender should become economically empowered. Green growth is very connected to climate justice because we are saying that climate change has forced businesses, industry, to change their technology to be able to be resilient, to adapt, to mitigate. And therefore, if the whole business, the whole world is supposed to change to green technology, nobody should be left behind. And therefore, everybody should be empowered. And that is the only way we can be fair as a community, a global community, to all human beings, north and south. And therefore, it is important to understand these terminologies in this context of green growth, that climate has impacted, we have to adapt, we have to mitigate, but we have to also keep fighting for justice. And as we get to know how to get that justice, it should be shared. So gender equality, I'm sure by now we all know what that means. I want to emphasize the just transition that should ensure environmental sustainability while delivering decent work, social inclusion. Sorry, I think social inclusion and supporting poverty eradication. It assists workers and communities dependent on fossil fuels and other polluting industries to find alternative jobs, alternative sources of income, and replacement of industries. Women economic empowerment refers to the ability to participate equally in existing markets, their access to and control over productive resources, access to decent work, control over their own time, lives and bodies, and increased voice agency and meaningful participation in economic decision-making at all levels. If you are not in a position to make an economic decision, imagine you cannot become economically empowered. So note that definition. Green jobs, positions or engagements aimed at substantially preserving or restoring environmental quality. Green enterprises, development, sustainable business with minimal negative impact or potentially a positive effect on the global or local environment, community, society, or economy. Now, women and climate change, because the issue starts there. I'll go through this very fast because I think you are already exposed to some of these facts. What is the state of the art? What is reality? What's happening? Climate change is experienced and shaped differently by women and men. Women are more likely to die in a climate disaster, be displaced by climate change, or die from pollution more than men. Climate impacts are more likely to affect poorer women and women with disabilities, particularly. Poorer women tend to be dependent on natural resources for their economic activities. So when climate change clears those natural resources, you can imagine what happens. Please play that video. There, those are the kind of messages we will want to develop in the afternoon, so that when we go to COP27, we have clear messages for that COP. And those messages may need to touch on these issues here that affect women. And I'll just go through very fast to visualize them. Just visualize the pictures. Just a second. On every slide, does it ring a bell? Do those issues ring a bell? They do. Yeah, the poverty rings a bell. Look at those gentlemen enjoying under a tree, and what are the women doing? Yeah, look at those children, the environment they are staying in. Look at their hands and their bodies. What has happened to them? Disease. Look at the population growth. I can imagine any town looks like that. Nairobi, especially around this time with the campaign elections, it's terrible. In that crowd, there are very many women, youth, who are just walking around, not even knowing where they are going. Let's play the next video. And every day they wake up not knowing what they're going to eat, going to look for a job which never comes. And it's unfortunate. Yes, we can. We can actually restore the earth, because the more it gets degraded, the more the different gender suffer, from the impacts. So climate change and the impacts. I don't want to stay so much on this subject of climate change. I think I skipped a slide, sorry. So reasons to empower women for climate justice. Because they are victims, because their human rights are denied or interfered with, because we need to account to hold the corporations that are polluting, that are causing the climate change to account. We want to beef up international institutions as well as even local institutions, to institutionalize this issue of gender economic empowerment, women economic empowerment. Get the trade system right, especially the North-South. Next slide. And of course, we will continue in the afternoon discussing this matter here of why we should have gender equity in the first place, and therefore women economic empowerment. Because in the first place, climate change, as we've mentioned earlier on, affects the different gender differently. And that means that the different gender have different roles to play in the community as per the way they are affected. They need to respond, they need to take climate action, that will get them out of their position where they have been fixed by this climate change. And therefore, we are saying that to be able to take any role, any gender or all gender actually need resources. You cannot take a role to solve a problem practically if you're not empowered economically. And I think that's what the last speaker was talking about. And taking roles, we know it is aligned to either adaptation or mitigation. The South, we are told that we should take more adaptive roles. But I can tell you that there is, of course, some politics there. I know there'll be another speaker who will dwell on the politics of climate change, and that will come out clearly. But here we are looking at empowering both gender to be able to take action to practice or implement adaptation and mitigation initiatives. And therefore, for these interventions, particularly to be long-lasting or sustainable, we must look at, we must focus on the inequalities and ask ourselves, how do we remove these barriers? Is it possible or isn't it possible? And the answer is, it is possible. And during COP21, when a bigger or louder debate on gender equity to address climate change started. There was an action plan that was developed, and there were issues that were outlined, or identified and outlined, issues that need to be addressed. You know the importance of policy. When a policy is developed, either at global level, regional, or local level, it means that something is serious and the issues in there need to be implemented. Action needs to be taken to rescue. Some good practices, some solutions which have been identified need to be replicated. So these issues here were thought to be very critical for all countries, for all communities. And that is to enhance understanding of the different impact of climate change on men and women, and the role that women play as agents of change. Gender balance, participation, women's leadership, very, very critical. In Kenya, we are having a woman who
on
is
Kenya. We have Una in farm.
president, and that has really changed the politics. I think the Kenyans know what is happening. The leadership, just for the men to provide room for women leadership, it takes time. In Kenya, it has taken the last 10 years since the issue of 2/3 gender in parliament was introduced. You can imagine after 10 years, after a decade, that has not happened in parliament, where decisions on economic empowerment are discussed. Coherence and integration of gender considerations, integration into existing practices, strategies, and so forth. That integration is usually very difficult to happen, but that is what needs to happen for gender equity to be in place. Gender responsive implementation in mitigation, adaptation, finance, technology, and development is what is needed to get gender empowerment, and particularly women economic empowerment. And this needs to be monitored, tracked, so that if anything goes wrong in the process, it's corrected before it is too late. There's a committee, a global committee of elimination of all forms of discrimination that also emphasized that gender equity is actually a human right. As we mentioned earlier on, we are still just looking at policies that are in place, hammering or providing a framework for gender equity. Because one may ask, but I mean, why? Why should we do this? It's been argued, it's been debated, it's been considered, and for instance, look at what the Gender Action Plan is saying about economic empowerment. It notes that full, meaningful, and equal participation and leadership of women in all aspects of the UNFCCC processes and in national and local climate policy and action is vital for achieving long-term climate goals and gender-responsive implementation of climate policy. It can enable parties raise ambition as well as enhance gender equality and just transition of the workforce and the creation of decent work and quality jobs. Those are the jobs we are calling green jobs. Moving away from white collar jobs to green collar jobs. Very, very important. The national adaptation plans, nationally determined contributions and low emissions development strategies that have been developed and are still being developed in some countries, they provide a big opportunity for integrating that global action plan for gender equity. So let's use those strategies to create that equity. And I just posed here a question you can begin to think about, but we will further discuss it in the afternoon. To what extent has your region, your country, integrated the gap in the nationally determined contributions and low emissions development strategies? Let's think gender. Now, in Kenya, this is just an example. We have I think I'm going too fast. I wanted to talk about COP 21, that's right. And or have I gone up? Have I gone back? No. COP 21 and the concerns for the gender and women economic empowerment being complemented by the Paris Agreement as well. So you can see that the economic empowerment of gender has continued from one COP to another COP as a debate. And the biggest concern here is gender smart climate finance. The previous speaker from the UN, I got in when he was really emphasizing the opportunities that there are, the options. But when these opportunities come, when the finances are established, in Kenya, I think we now have the climate finance, we have the green finance. There are a number of institutions that have begun benefiting from that finance. I know KCB, for instance, is implementing or funding communities to implement green business. In other countries, I hope in the afternoon we'll be able to share who is doing what. But the question is, who has access to this available finance? Who knows where it is? It is mostly the men in leadership. The women, because they are hardly there in leadership, or they are very few, they have challenges, there are constraints, they experience in accessing this smart climate finance. The finance, therefore, needs to be gender smart, to be able to be accessible to both gender, to mitigate, therefore, reputational, social, and operational risks, fulfill fiduciary duty, and meeting investors' expectations that capital is put to uses that deliver financial and societal returns. drive long-term value by accessing new markets, new lines of businesses, new customers, and attracting and retaining talent. Like at the moment after the COVID destroyed many businesses, this is the time that we really need to look for new businesses, new opportunities. And this funding is required. And yet, at the moment, I do fundraising and I'm also finding it very, very difficult to fundraise. UN agencies are finding it difficult to fundraise. Multilateral corporations are finding it difficult. So you can imagine the vulnerable groups, which include the women, youth, those with disability. Where do they get money from? For instance, in Kenya, just a 2-kilogram packet of maize meal has been costing 100 shillings. You can convert into dollars. Now it has doubled to 200 shillings. And that one packet is probably not even enough for one meal in a day for a big family. People are starving. And it's the women who are supposed to put food on the table. The men walk in late when it has become dark, asking for what is there to be eaten. When there is no meat, when it's only greens that have been served, what happens? Violence. There is no food in this house. And sometimes the violence scares away the kids, they run away for their safety. They don't even eat the greens that had been prepared. The story goes on and on. And therefore, there is need to unlock those opportunities that are there, of which the women can have access to. And we are saying that although climate change has destroyed a lot, it has also come with the opportunities for green technology, doing things differently so as to adapt or to mitigate. And that doing things differently means innovation. It means talent, creativity, and all that. And it is important that the women and the women organizations participate in these activities, in these innovations, so as to have access to finance, to survive and to participate in the just transition, which, of course, there is no alternative. Everybody has to transition. It is no longer business as usual. Business has changed to green business. And therefore, do we have the skills for green business? Do we know what that green business means? The green business, which is under green growth, needs to be inclusive. It should allow participation of everybody. It should include everybody. That is what inclusive green growth here means. Green growth is simultaneously achieving poverty reduction, social inclusion, environmental sustainability, and economic growth. So, but what is the problem if we know that green growth is the way to go. That green businesses are what we need to adopt. The problem is that businesses or business enterprises by their nature are particularly hey, help. Give me flowers. Susceptible to both economic and environmental challenges and climate change, as well as what? COVID. COVID has made it even worse. Businesses are constrained by low startup capital, limited market access, insufficient skills to seize opportunities for green growth. Businesses need to adopt practical solutions that build their resilience as well as business sustainability. When I talk about business, I'm talking about everything we do. I'm not talking about those traders on the market alone. It is everything we do, including what the women do in the homes, in the communities. Everything that we do requires a number of things. So what is required? First of all, we need to keep in mind that we are fighting climate change. At the end of the day, we don't want it. And therefore, what we want is a low carbon, resource efficient, equitable, and inclusive socio-economic transformation. We want to do business without changing, without affecting, impacting the natural resources negatively. To do that, we need finance, we need to invest, we need green technology development, we need innovation and transfer, we need capacity building, we need integration of green economy in the national and county planning and budgeting processes. Very critical things that we need. All this that we need will provide solutions to economic challenges that we face today. They will diversify our economies, supply materials, green materials to support eco-innovations, minimize the use of natural resources, replace those unfriendly technologies, make energy sources affordable to many people, and actually recycle what we consider to be waste. Let's look at a case of Kenya just for example, because I participated in the development of this strategy called GESIP. GESIP stands for Green Economy Strategy Implementation Plan. And that is what every country requires in order to transition to a just economy. But that means that every country and every region has to do an assessment, a climate assessment, to find out the priority areas. Which resources are affected most? Which infrastructure is affected most? What does our country require? What resources need to be conserved most? For Kenya, this is what we have prioritized under our green growth strategy to green our infrastructure development. And infrastructure here cuts across, health, roads, agriculture, even waste, infrastructure, all that. Building resilience of communities. You should see our communities in northeastern where the climate burns, literally burns. They need to be resilient, and there's a lot that needs to be done. We need to promote sustainable natural resource management because our economic development relies on these natural resources. We need to practice resource efficiency and cleaner production. Very, very important. Even if it means now adapting what we call circular economy. That's a definition I should have put up there. Because many resources go forever and they don't come back. So knowing that, it means we have to recycle the resources that we have so that we don't keep depending and exploiting and overusing resources that cannot be renewed. And then lastly, social inclusion and sustainable livelihoods. That's the Kenya priority. And it's in that priority that we have gender equity, we have women economic empowerment, the vulnerable, basically. They fall under the social inclusion and sustainable livelihoods. Very, very important. So those being the priority areas, they become also the opportunities for gender equity. They become the opportunities for also developing or promoting climate justice. Because we have said that different gender experience these climate change issues differently. We know that the issues are caused by the North. We expect that the North does something, yes. But when the support comes, and when we also are supposed to take responsibility, where are the women? How do the different gender, respond? What is required to achieve that climate justice? Reduced emissions, restoration of aesthetic value of our environment, positive behavior change, responsible for our environment, improved adaptation and mitigation. And that brings us to green enterprise development and climate justice, for example. What do we need to do? It means adopting clean production mechanisms, green procurement processes, environmentally friendly goods and services, use of alternative energy or renewable energy, green buildings, sustainable transport. Ask yourself in your institution. Let's just start down there. And institution, by the way, starts with your family. And then your school, if you are in school, your office, your ministry, your county. In Kenya, we have 47 of them. The national county. Are we doing this in order to achieve climate justice? Are we responsible? Are we taking these actions in these recommended ways? It's just a question to pose. I will give an example of if we just did one of them, what would happen? For instance, if we decided we are going to green our industries, your industry, if it's a manufacturing industry, green industry promotes industrial production and development that does not come at the expense of the health of natural systems or lead to adverse human health outcomes. It is a global issue. And therefore, it's very critical. Every other country is aiming at industrializing. And industrialization seems to be the criteria for what? For development, isn't it? And there is big competition. We have the industrialized countries. We have those that are catching up and taking shortcuts as they're catching up, wanting to be the world what? Richest countries. We have those that are still waking up to become industrialized. We are saying this industrialization should not be business as usual. Should not be what? Hey, are we lost? Flowers, we need flowers. Flowers, it's not business as usual. It's not business as usual. We have to green our industries. And so look at that table there. We are comparing industries that are green as opposed to those that are not green. Yeah. Now, greening here means a lot of things. Greening means efficient use of material, energy, reduction of waste, safe management of chemicals, phasing out toxic substances, switching to renewable energy resources, product process design. Greening industries which are existing. Tell me, you need finance to do that. And that's why many owners of industries are slow, because they don't have support, they don't have finance, and so forth. Creating new industries because we want to industrialize. What does that mean? Reduce, reuse, recycle. Yeah? Pollution control technology and equipment needs to be adapted. Renewable and energy efficient technologies are required. Waste management and resource recovery should be practiced. Environmental advisory and analytical services are required. When you reflect on all this that is required, these are green jobs. Are we alert? These are what? Green jobs that need to be done. So can we congratulate ourselves? We have found green jobs. What does, Can we help you to laugh? Yeah? Now, green economy requires that the industries adopt what we call circular what? Economy. Circular economy. Can somebody just tell us what circular economy is? Any clever person here who is already practicing circular economy? Yes.
Hi, I'm Adam from Egypt, and circular economy is basically when you circulate the resources that you initially used from the raw material and you use it in a cycle. So if you start with in the very first head of the supply chain, you use whatever raw material. When you reach the end of the supply chain, you want to be meeting the same start. So you want to use all the same resource in a cycle and integrate all the resources together. So the byproducts or the waste of some industry or some whatever process is a raw material and an important ingredient for another substance to achieve the concept of RRR, reuse and okay, I don't remember the
The 3 Rs.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, reuse, recycle, and what? The third R.
Reduce.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Great. Let's give him flowers.
Thank you.
Our flowers. Thank you. So that is within an industry. Gender equality. The ladies here are saying they also must talk. Yes?
Je veux parler en français. L'économie,
Please, yeah.
Pardon, excusez-moi. L'économie circulaire est une économie qui suit une
Just a minute.
L'économie circulaire est une économie qui suit les chaînes de valeur pour répondre à l'économie verte.
Great. A very brief but to the point. Let's hear if the next lady can enhance on that definition. Yes?
Thank you. To add to top on what she has already mentioned, circular economy entails it's a mode of production and consumption whereby you can recycle the products that you have and as much as you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, how about if you want to contribute your wastes to another industry to use it? What do we call that? If you don't want to recycle yourself, you know, those wastes, but another industry approaches you and tells you, hey, can I have your wastes? I can make use of them and produce some products. Especially if you are seen throwing those wastes into River Nairobi, Nairobi River, or another river. What do we call that process? Jacob, I think you know that. Yes? Omwami? Industrial symbiosis. Have you ever heard of that? Industrial symbiosis. This summer school, you will go home loaded with words. When you go for a drink, you'll just be talking circular economy, industrial symbiosis, just transition. But make sure that you can explain what those terminologies do what? Mean. Those things contribute to climate justice. They do contribute to climate justice because, you see, if you're going to recycle, it means that you are not going to depend on the natural resources, and you are not going to have a negative impact on the environment. And in the process, I think this is, it's causing noise pollution. In the process then of practicing all those industrial symbiosis, circular economy, yeah, that is the process of transforming to decent jobs, green jobs. They are decent because they are environmentally friendly. They are not consuming a lot of resources. They are helping you save other resources that you would have used. And particularly because the vulnerable groups can also have access to them, so they can protect the whole society. I'm sure in your towns you've seen or you see every day the vulnerable groups collecting rubbish, collecting waste. It is high time we empowered those women, those youth, those fellows who collect waste so that they benefit fully, because they are exploited by industries that, give them very little money for collecting those wastes. And yet they can actually make new products out of those wastes. In the afternoon, we will be discussing such practices, best practices of green growth, best practices of green enterprises. Are they happening in our countries? Yeah, the green jobs, because they are very important. Because they are linked to environmental management and low carbon development, as well as climate change adaptation. Green jobs reduce consumption of energy, raw materials, and so forth. Investing in new renewable energy, for instance, such as wind, solar, biomass, small-scale hydropower, and geothermal, is expected to account for more than 40% of green job creation. Did you know that? Very, very important. These are the opportunities for green jobs. And green jobs' long-term survival is linked to both the environmental and social benefits. Through green jobs, though green jobs will not be very successful if they do not improve the living wages, if they don't provide that for growth, if they don't promote strong workplace protection, and if they don't allow ability to work collectively. So we need agencies to evaluate the so-called green jobs, because there are people who will practice corruption, label their jobs green when they are not actually green. They want to use that label for what? For business, to sell their products, for social corporate responsibility. I'm green, and yet they are actually not decent. So it's very important that we understand that. Now, to be able to come up with green jobs, create green jobs, we need certain competences. We need transformational competences, and that's why you have come here to the summer school. You should say thank you and give flowers to Pakja. Flowers. Now, there are some people here who may not know who the Pakja CEO. Please stand up and receive the flowers. Stand back and receive the flowers. Great, great. Because here you are learning about transformational competences. Green transformational leaders like you provide workers with a clear vision, encouragement, inspiration, and motivation, as well as growth opportunities that will help the company meet its environmental goals. They build and incorporate environmentally conscious culture into their business. It becomes a culture, not just a one-day show. When the president has come to see the factory, people just make a show. No, it's a culture. Transformational leadership raises awareness of higher values like democracy, justice, equity, and humanitarianism, and inspires subordinates to prioritize organizational goals over personal goals. That is transformational competences. Besides that, you require managerial competences. Effective managers have built and emphasized the following competences: the ability to build a good social relationship. For instance, do you know the person you are seated next to? Have you looked at them in their eye? Have you given them flowers? Please know that person, because that person may be your next employer. That person may be the person to give you resources for green enterprise. Shake his hand. Yeah? Social relationship. Do you know, in this world of today, things happen because of social relationship? Who you know, who you talk to, who you relate with, who you smile at, whom you help, whom you invite, who you say hello to. There are people who just keep quiet until their mouth are no longer fresh. And that is not green. If you are not fresh, you are not green to start with. It is bad behavior to start with. Yes? So this is making the world move. Networking, partnerships, collaborations. SDG number what? 17. SDG number 7. You cannot do things on your own, seated in your bedroom somewhere in your room, thinking of where you're going to get money from. And yet green jobs exist. Get out there and talk to people. Personal attributes, motivations, abilities, expertise, self-image, the way you present yourself, cognitive and social skills are some of the essential characteristics that are used to assess competencies for managers. We need and we should prioritize participatory competences. These involve teams participating in their discussions, identifying individual and collective preferences, and listening to the ideas and requests, practicing empathy. Inclusive participation means collective conflict resolution, having the ability to collaborate on solutions, to put everyone at ease, to see things from everyone's point of view, and to feel the weight of the concerns of participants. To fit your leg in somebody else's shoe, no matter how big. Participation. I like it. I like this session because I feel you are participating in one way or another. If you are not, can you begin to participate? Open your mouth for the first time if you haven't. We have what we call technical competences. And this is what PACJA wants you to adopt, to get. That's why you are at this summer school. Yeah? There are 5 components integrated in creating knowledge and action. We call them systems thinking. The ability to comprehend both the immediate and underlying cause of sustainability issues. Very important. Yeah. Anticipatory competence, the capacity to think about how the future will be for the coming generations. For the coming generations. Strategic competence, having the awareness and capability of the potential to alter one's surroundings to produce positive change. Interpersonal competences, the capacity to encourage and guide innovation while resolving problems. Everyone's opinion matters. Listen to what that other person is saying. Normative competence involves understanding how concepts differ in different gender groups and how these diverse concepts can be used in solving sustainability problems. I had to read that because it's very critical. The above 4 slides, if you cannot remember anything from this summer school, don't forget those 4 slides, those competences you require in order to transition to a just green economy. These are but some of the just examples of green jobs. I think I will skip that. We'll discuss more in the afternoon. I'm sure by now the definition, the understanding has sunk in. But how do you transform to green jobs? You still require schooling. Where you're schooling, please tell your school, your institution that your curriculum needs to be greened. Yes? Some of us lecturers, we use our notes until those notes become what? They turn into which color? Yellow. We need to green them. Yeah? Research. We need to find out which are these green technologies. Intersectoral linkages, partnerships with industry, very important. Youth development policies, You have to find your way to, come up with policies that can work for you. And so do the women need those policies, because policies influence action. And therefore, SDG number 17 is very critical. Strategic transition to green enterprises also includes all these things. You have to create opportunities. CBC learning in Kenya, competency-based, has taken off, and we are working very hard on making it work. We have to understand what the industry needs so that we focus on learning and teaching that can prepare our graduates to go and fit in the industry out there. We need to develop a working culture, of course, creating enabling policies. There are people who just don't like working, who like free money. Like during these elections, when I'm driving along the road, you just find very many young people grouped together. I made a mistake of going a direction I wasn't so sure, and I saw many youth running after my car. I happened to have a big car. It looked like that one of a politician. Oh, my friend, I panicked. When I got much ahead and I got some two youth, I had to stop and ask what was happening. That's when I learned that those fellows were looking for jobs, political jobs, to be hired to go and do what? Create crowds for campaign. Is that a green job? Just reflect on it. Is that a green job? Yeah. Now, you need to prioritize getting some skills for your green job to be sustainable. Problem solving, decision making, teamwork, leadership, work ethics, interpersonal skills, risk management, creativity, innovations. Very, very important. And green enterprises, I just want to emphasize, you have to have the innovation, you have to look at where your resources are coming from, so that they are not going to contribute to more climate issues, and they have to be inclusive so that even the vulnerable in the society develop. And it's important that we look at the global workforce. Pakja, I don't know how many of these students are actually working and how many have probably come from school. You'll find that those from their workstations understand, because they're already doing something, they understand how they can go back to their workstation and propose greening of their industry. And it would be good to make a follow-up to establish how many of these students have actually adopted the summer school resolutions. I think at the end of this training, we need some resolutions, and we need follow-up to make sure that Nairobi Summer School is impacting in a green way. Because there are very many benefits that we would like the participants of Nairobi Summer School to enjoy. Benefits of transitioning to green enterprise development, for instance. Many of you are youth, and we want that the transition unlocks the youth potential, economic linkages and externalities, enhanced corporate social responsibility. In fact, today it's called corporate sustainability. Yeah. Growth prospects and trade flows, supply and value chain cycle, formal and informal sectors, cross-cutting nature of creative industries. This is what you can benefit if you go green. Imagine you can become very economically empowered. And therefore, as I'm finishing, consider adopting this business model, all this that is emerging from actually a green business approach. You will benefit until you even share with others. Human beings by nature are normally selfish, but you can imagine if we have plenty of enterprises. I have some recommendations here. We want to ensure that women and other marginalized communities are not left behind, that the green growth is inclusive. We need to identify barriers to that green growth. We'll be discussing this in the afternoon so that we get rid of them. We need to support women's economic empowerment through financial inclusion, through policy and other structural barriers. Somebody said, gender and climate issues are a priority and should not be put last. Putting the last, the first, is the way to go. That is what Robert Chambers said. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and I need your flowers.
Please give her more flowers. Thank you so much. I think this has been a very wonderful presentation. Time is fast spent. I know you have questions. Okay, there are questions you have prepared. Just keep them up. Professor Dorcas is here to take your questions. But we have also our erudite professor here who wants to make some interventions. Please join me to welcome Professor Trisha as she comes to make some few remarks, and then we take it off from there. You need a clap of flowers? Give her flowers.
Thank you, Dorcas, for that fantastic presentation. And I don't really want to reiterate the points that were made, but they were very, very direct and very clear. And I think the journey before us is it's immense, the challenges that we have. I only want to talk for 5 minutes because I know we're coming up for lunch and it's been a really long morning and you've learned an awful lot about climate finance and the journey to a clean and green environment that's net zero. In terms of reflections, I think what I can contribute and help you to think through with all the issues that you've heard this morning, with reference to climate finance, if I can get you to think about the solutions, like I'd mentioned last week. There are 4 A's, right, in terms of finance. It's not just the availability of finance, which is what the world is looking at. The world's eyes, particularly in the global south, are looking for the availability of finance. But it's the other A's that I'm talking about. It's awareness, it's about affordability, and it's about access to. So we hear so much about the challenges around getting finance to those who need it the most. And I think what's helpful is to start putting our minds around the bottlenecks and challenges against these 4 A's, the 4 kind of like capital A's. And the thing that underpins all of that are issues of justice and inequality and human rights. And all the way along the financing architecture and landscape that exists out there, we know fine well that some organisations just deal with multiple £1 million projects, big loans, big big investments that are going out there. But we also know, and as our chair of UNESCO has highlighted very clearly, that the poorest and the most vulnerable communities, women, many of them can't even write their signature. They don't even know how to do that. So it just puts into perspective a little bit the challenges around access to those funds and what enormous issues that we would need to come across to get the small amounts that they need, the little bits of finance that they need to support their livelihoods going forward. So I think it's really prudent to start looking at this, and this is something that I'm going to be working on very carefully with PACJA as we go forward into COP27. The other thing I want to talk about and just reflect on is on a fair and just transition. And again, I'm not going to reiterate and repeat what has already been presented, but I wonder whether it's helpful to think around engagement and buy-in. This is not something that can be done as individuals. It requires a collective effort, and the process of a just transition requires that commitment from the top all the way down. And that means governments getting involved, it means multinationals getting involved, it means civil society getting involved, it means getting NGOs involved. But the biggest challenge is getting that engagement and that sense of clarity as to what we mean by a fair and just transition. Everyone gets the transition part, but it's the just part that's very hard to do and achieve. So getting that engagement is important, but to get to that level requires 2 things. And that requires recognizing that this is an issue, and secondly, taking ownership of the problem before us. And there are the huge challenges that we have before us, because if we don't have the recognition and we don't have the ownership from those industries and from those government departments and from those organizations that we need to work with you as leaders of the future need to engage with, it makes it very, very hard. And we'll always be up against bottlenecks and challenges. So my job here is not, like I said, to reiterate the issues that you've already learned about, but to help you think about moving forward and how we can embrace the challenges that are before us. So with that, I just want to again thank PACJA for being here, but also to Dr. Dorcas for her amazing presentation on a fair and just transition. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of the day, and I look forward to chatting again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think she doesn't mind clapping. You can clap for her. Okay, so we want to look at Dr. Dorcas' presentation a little bit to see how we understood. And we can see this by the way you ask questions. By the way, Dr. Dorcas, your emphasis was on gender, but in reality, what you presented cut across, not just even for Africa, but globally. Men, women, youth, and everyone. I think that is very instructive. Of course, the gender aspect comes in because women are the victims, the vulnerable groups. Therefore, we need to focus attention a little bit more on women. And one way we can do this is to look at the Green Enterprise Development Model, the Gender Smart Climate Finance, and of course, looking at the Global Action Plan for gender activities, for gender action that are very important. When the professor mentioned issues of green jobs, she mentioned that you have found or we have found green jobs. And I kind of said, have we found green jobs? In this room, have we found green jobs? If you listen to the last speaker, she mentioned that we need to take responsibility. We need to take ownership of the process, including the intervention mechanisms and actions that are required. So these are very important. Professor, questions will come to you now, but I wanted to know how much of what you presented to us has been integrated into the school curriculum. You didn't mention that. I think it's very important, given your role as chair, to integrate this. In Kenyatta University, for example, or in the whole of Kenya, what are the challenges and how far have you gone in that direction? So we take a few questions before we go for lunch. Emphasis is always on the youths. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Everybody at the back, no hands up. Wow. So I needed to prompt you. Okay, question 1. Yes, first person. Please raise your hand again so we can see your hand. Yes, to this young lady here. Give her the microphone.
Thank you so much. My name is Melissa from Zimbabwe. My question is there any law, any international law for women's inclusivity when it comes to climate? Taking, for example, this conference, I realized that there is gender imbalance. The men are dominating. So is there any law that constitutes to that? Thank you.
Is there any Benjil? Is there any Benjil convention, any law? Yes, thank you.
Bonjour, je suis Alice du Burundi, je veux parler en français. Avant de poser ma question, je voulais d'abord répondre à ma sœur qui vient de demander s'il y avait une loi. En tout cas, au Burundi, dans la Constitution, les femmes doivent avoir minimum 40% de position dans les institutions. Donc du coup, au Burundi, malgré qu'on ait 60% de femmes, on a au moins 40% acquis dans l'institution nationale des postes. Et c'est suivi. Et je pense qu'au Rwanda aussi, c'est plus que ça, mais il y a des pays africains où il y a les lois qui stipulent que les femmes doivent avoir des positions. Alors, je voulais aussi revenir sur le voyage qu'on a fait samedi. C'était très intéressant aussi de voir une dame âgée de plus de 80 ans qui fait l'agriculture malgré que ses terres ne sont pas adéquates. Elle a fait une formation janvier de l'année 2022 et on est en juillet, on a vu une dame âgée de plus de 80 ans qui met en application ce qu'elle a appris au mois de janvier. Moi, je trouve que c'est impressionnant. Et en tant que jeune, j'aimerais vraiment prendre exemple sur elle. Elle est âgée, elle est fatiguée, mais malgré cela, elle fait face au changement climatique, elle travaille la terre et c'est vraiment impressionnant. Donc du coup, avant de poser ma question, je voulais aussi inciter aux jeunes qui sont là, vraiment de se rendre compte que, comme la dame l'a dit, l'économie verte est possible. Et c'est nous, les jeunes, qui doivent vraiment introduire ça sur le marché parce que c'est partout. Alors, aujourd'hui, au lieu de passer nos temps sur les réseaux sociaux, je pense que l'idéal, c'est d'introduire ces chaînes de valeur dans nos quotidiens pour créer nos emplois. Parce que si on ne le crée pas, on ne va pas l'avoir. Et aussi faire du plaidoyer au gouvernement pour faciliter la création des entreprises vertes dans nos pays. Parce que la jeunesse aujourd'hui a un problème d'avoir l'emploi. On se plaint qu'il n'y a pas d'emploi, mais on vient d'apprendre qu'on peut créer nos emplois tout en respectant l'environnement. Alors, pour ma question, ça sera bref. La question, j'aimerais savoir comment les organisations, comme par exemple l'UNESCO, dont vous représentez ici, met en place l'accompagnement des jeunes qui vont vouloir créer des entreprises vertes. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Very good question. Dr. Dorcas, maybe you should hear this more. We went out on a field trip, and what was instructive is that we found an 80-year-old woman still active in a farm. But what they have not added is that this woman ought to be in retirement, but she's working. And then I asked questions further, and we found that she has actually given a part of her farm to her son, who is young. But what was striking to me is that her farm was doing better than her son's farm. You didn't see that. And then she has started a soil management principles, and the son has not started. So I think there's an issue there. If you need green jobs, you create it. Yes, it's your turn.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Elvis Kadama from Uganda, team leader, Trust Energy Africa. I will thank you, Doctor, for the presentation. You've really touched my area of interest, creating green jobs. At Trust Energy, we are trying to promote green jobs to the women, but we are finding resistance from their husbands in many communities, claiming they married their women to stay home, not working. Before we brought in this project, they were trading in fossil fuel, that's kerosene. So we introduced them to start selling solar products so that they can earn a profit margin to sustain or to meet the basic needs in their families. So in your opinion, how do you think we can overcome such challenges in communities so that we can meet this goal of creating great jobs in communities? Thank you very much.
Very interesting question, from kerosene sellers to solar renewable energy products, but the men are in opposition. How do we address that? Okay, you've spoken before. Give it to the other lady who has not spoken, the young lady.
Bonjour à tous. Je vous prie de porter vos casques, s'il vous plaît. Okay.
Please be brief.
Oui. Je vais aller, vu qu'on a parlé d'autonomisation des femmes, je vais aller sur un cas concret très rapidement et voir quelles sont les mesures qui peuvent être prises pour pouvoir accompagner ces dames-là. Du coup, il faut noter que chez nous au pays, on est très touché par les questions de terrorisme qui a créé énormément de déplacés internes. Et ces déplacés internes sont à majorité des femmes, à 80% des femmes, parce que ce sont des hommes qui sont tués par ces terroristes-là. Et ces femmes se retrouvent dans des situations indignes à ne pas pouvoir prendre soin de leur famille. Du coup, moi, au niveau de mon organisation, je travaille dans les questions de valorisation, des chaînes de valorisation des déchets, et nous impliquons ces femmes-là de notre communauté à transformer les déchets tout autour d'elles, à pouvoir à pouvoir avoir un peu de revenus pour pouvoir survivre à leurs besoins. Et du coup, à notre niveau, nous transformons tout ce qui est charbon bio, tout ce qui est compost, et bientôt, nous allons intégrer tout ce qui est question de transformer les plastiques en pavés, mais aussi transformer tout ce qui est déchets, les cartons en d'autres produits qui peuvent être valorisés. Alors, moi, je souhaiterais savoir, pour ces femmes avec qui nous travaillons sur le terrain, notre objectif, c'est d'autonomiser ces femmes, que ces femmes puissent apprendre à notre niveau et ensuite les implémenter pour pouvoir avoir des sous. Alors, comment pouvons-nous accompagner ces femmes-là pour qu'elles puissent avoir une vie digne et qu'elles puissent subvenir à leurs besoins, mais aux besoins de leur famille également? Je vous remercie.
Yes, to the young man there.
Voilà, donc merci, docteur. Et je veux vous rappeler qu'au Sénégal, pour nous, sur les fonctions électives, il y a 50% de femmes, 50% d'hommes. Donc la parité à ce niveau est respectée, mais il y a beaucoup de choses à faire. Et surtout, j'ai vu sur l'exposé de madame que les femmes sont beaucoup plus impactées. Ma question est de savoir pourquoi elles sont laissées en rade. Est-ce que c'est parce que c'est lié du fait que la religion leur positionne à une position vraiment qui n'est pas adéquate? Est-ce que c'est lié du fait que leur faible capacité d'endurance? Est-ce que c'est lié du fait qu'elles-mêmes, elles pensent qu'elles sont inférieures aux hommes? Merci.
Okay, last question from the back. From the back.
Okay, hello. So I am Lillian from Kenya, and thank you so much for your presentation. You touched on gender equality, and it's true there cannot be climate justice without gender equality. So in the African setup, most of the rural women are not economically empowered. And for example, from the field work that we had on Saturday, I picked a point like most of the rural women saying like they provide most of the workforce in the farms, but again, they have no control of what comes out from the farm. So my question is, what actions are being taken to address the gender equality in climate action, and especially to help the local or the rural women who may not even be aware of climate finance? Thank you.
Okay, because this is a session that is rounding off, before we go for lunch, let me invite the professor to take 1 or 2 minutes for reflections, and if possible, a question. Please bring the microphone up front. Yes, please give it to him.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Professor Julius Tanka from Renewable Energy Laboratory, University of Chang in Cameroon. I just want to confirm what you said about green jobs and to inform our students and our youth here present that there are so many possibilities of surviving on green jobs. Green jobs, you create them almost from nothing. I will do a presentation tomorrow and you will see, I've even forwarded some of them to you through WhatsApp, by Facebook, because I could not send them directly because they are heavy. You will see that the potentials are so enormous. If I take something like biofuels, we have a big project on biofuels we are doing with Brazil and Italians, where Brazil has injected 25% of fuel that is used for agriculture and transport is from biofuels produced locally. So if you work on biofuels, all the youths in your country are going to be recruited because everybody, to meet the local supply of fuel that the vehicles are going to use, the bikes and everything that they are going to use, you will not even be able to meet that demand. And everybody, agronomists, those who are crushing the oil, those who are building machinery for it, and so on. So this is just a comment that I wanted to make.
Okay, thank you.
Sometimes we don't know where the problem is with all these solutions that are there. Perhaps you need an expert to jumpstart such an industry. And that's what we are doing in Cameroon. You are going to see that tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you for that reflection. Please allow me to give the floor to Dr. Dorcas. Welcome her again with flowers. Please come forward.
Thank you for those questions. That is a sign that we were communicating, and therefore that was a successful class. The first question, I think, was from our facilitator. What is KU doing? How far have we gone with the greening program? The greening program by the UNESCO chair unfortunately started when Corona was just coming in, 2018. That's when we were awarded the project by UNESCO. And 2019, we were to start. We were in partnership with University of Leeds, because you'll see it's a twin. You know, you twin with another university. So our twin partner was University of Leeds in the UK. Therefore, the activities were to take place both at Kenyatta University and University of Leeds. But University of Leeds was acting more of as a mentor, because they are quite advanced in sustainability. They have an institute of research and sustainability. And they have so many initiatives there, including green laboratory. They consider their institute or university to be a laboratory of learning, whereby the environment, the whole environment actually acts as a laboratory, meaning that it is a hub of green economy learning. And that's what we are trying to establish at Kenyatta University here, to make it a green hub of green learning. And so we started by carrying out a baseline to establish to what extent so far KU is already green, because we can't just be at zero. And you have been at Kenyatta University, and I'm sure you can share a few good things that you like in terms of green. The compound is green. This campus used to be very open, very hot, and very dusty. I went to school in this university. And that was in the 70s. I don't know how many of you were born. In the 70s, it was very dry. And there were very few buildings. You know, it was formerly a barrack. The buildings here belonged to the police barracks. And you know what police buildings can be, isn't it? They are usually closed up so that those people who are locked in cannot escape. And the institution has really transformed to the extent that we actually have some green buildings which have facilities for mobilizing resources like energy, water, you know, air, and so forth. If you like, you could visit our graduate school just across here. We consider it to be a green building. Our library is also not far from that. Where we were last week, the Chinese place, if you had a chance to move around, quite a fantastic building. You can enjoy the compound of KU because we have forests, we have a lot of different plantations, we have a retreat place. There is a young man here called Lincoln, where you, the photographer, that guy can take you to the retreat place where you can have some quiet time and enjoy nature. We can actually use the KU compound for learning. We have challenges, but we are trying to convert those challenges into opportunities for greening, for jobs, for income generation. Waste, for instance, is a big issue. We are working on a proposal to convert wastes into a resource. Kenyatta University has a lot of potential for solar energy. You'll agree with me. A lot of surface for collecting that. Behind the library, we have a pilot solar project which has been started and which is about to be developed further. I have a whole study report, and if we keep in touch, we can share. There's a lot. This would just take another whole day if I started talking about greening efforts at Kenyatta University. Zimbabwe asked, hey, do we have a law that is saying both men and women should be equal? If you have been following the COPs, usually every COP comes up with some policy framework. And I would like you to check on COP 21. That's when the gender debate became very heated, and that's when the Global Action Plan for Gender Equality began to be emphasized, meaning that all countries needed to contextualize it. And that's why your friend from Burundi responded to you by saying, hey, in Burundi, 40% of our women are supposed to be in certain positions, isn't it? In every country, as I had mentioned also in Kenya, 2/3 of parliamentarians are supposed to be in positions of decision-making so that they can help make decisions that would favor women economic empowerment. I hope that answers your question. Somebody asked a question, I think Uganda. You have green innovations, but the uptake is poor. What could be the problem? The problem is the attitude of our young people, the attitude of communities, the attitude of the youth, attitude of some women, especially young women. Let me say all women, and even men. A lot of young women and men these days believe in the word sponsor. Have you ever heard about that word? Sponsor. Is there anybody who has never heard about a sponsor? Do you have sponsors? After discovering green jobs, are you still going to keep the sponsors? No sponsors. No sponsors. So it is the attitude. Most youth still believe in white-collar jobs where they have to put on a tie and go to an office and have a computer and write. Yeah? And therefore, the problem probably is the way we are packaging the green jobs. They need to be well packaged. And we need to work on attitudinal change of the youth, to appreciate, to begin to appreciate green collar jobs. In Morocco, I don't know how I think you also raised it in Cameroon. You also raised it as a problem, isn't it? The solution is working on the attitude of the youth. These youth need a lot of mentorship. They need guidance. They need apprenticeship, not just internship or practical, They need to be mentored by the industry, given a position to appreciate what goes on, to understand thoroughly what goes on, and be awarded also in a consumerate manner so that they can appreciate. Those who face resistance from husbands, it means that we are not practicing gender equality. Whatever project you're doing, even if it is for women economic empowerment, please invite the men to participate, to understand why the women have to go for certain meetings, why they have to do certain things. If the men understand that the roles of the women will benefit the whole community, they will not have problems. But men need to understand, although it's taking time, that the world is transforming. And that transformation requires change. Terrorism, safety is one of the things, and I think we also talked about it, an enabling environment. And that goes beyond what you and me can do. There are roles that are meant to be for government, for policymakers. I don't know if we have any government people here, but we need also summer school for government officials. Yeah, to take them through. Give me flowers for that. Yes, so that they understand that if they can provide an enabling environment, then the citizens will also be able to play their role. Yeah. The rural women, the 80-year-old woman, I think this is a woman who has values. That's already an elderly person, maybe indigenous in definition. When you compare the elderly women with the young people, as I said, young people are preferring jobs that are packaged differently. And we need to do some study to understand how to package these jobs. ICT is the way to go, one of the ways. When we talk about innovation, this innovation should even come from the youth. And therefore, through innovation, through creativity, through ICT, we will begin to see the youth appreciating green jobs. Otherwise, for as long as we haven't really packaged them to suit the youth, we will continue to face resistance, and we elderly people will continue forcing these young people to realize they go to university, they even have 3 degrees, but they come back to your home, elderly person, to do what? Care of them. It's a challenge. And I'm talking to you, young people. I have young people like you. I have a young man and a young lady. I'm glad that they're beginning to also appreciate green jobs. And it's all about attitudinal change and the packaging of these green jobs in a different way, an appealing way. And therefore, I think I've covered most of the questions, hopefully. If I did not get your question, is because at some point the translation wasn't working. We still have the afternoon and we still have time to address those issues. Thank you. Thank you.
Give her flowers. Thank you so much, Dr. Dorcas. Your presentation has been excellent and it's in details. What I want to challenge the youths is that Dr. Dorcas would like to hear from you a few years from now on the innovations you have contributed as climate action and of course the green jobs. Give me flowers for that. Okay, lunch is served. We are not closing this discussion. When we come back, we do it in a more practical way. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. 1 hour, be here. Thank you.
Adonis Linus, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. We know. Bagja, we are here now, resolving climate crisis. We wake up every morning, facing climate.
uniambie vile inafanya sawa. Like it's good. Also, like, hi everybody. Hi everybody. Like everything is good. Good.
Do I need this? Hi everyone. Kwa majina yangu naitwa natokea Tanzania. Tuko katika wiki ya pili ya Nairobi. Oh, hold on. I was touching this. I'm sorry. Tuko katika wiki ya pili ya Nairobi Summer School na najivunia kuwa mmoja kati ya watu ambao wameshiriki katika Nairobi Summer School. Narudia tena, hii si ya kukosa, unatakiwa tu uendelee kuyatunza mazingira yako kwa sababu ukiyatunza mazingira, mazingira yanakutunza wewe.
Haro, haro. Asik.
Hello? Are we ready? Or do we wait a little bit for latecomers? Okay. Okay, we're starting in 2 minutes. Who put it there? Okay. Yeah. Okay, we are going to start. And I welcome you to another exciting session. This session is by popular demand. Because you'll be talking about taking lectures. Now we've created the whole of the afternoon for discussion. And this discussion is going to be framed and led by you. But of course, it depends. It's based on the issues we've been discussing. It's issues of adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage, with particular reference to what we received from Dr. Dorcas. And that is also about the green entrepreneurship. And so opportunities is going to be given to you to look at these lectures from the lens, from your own lens, and using your country as an example. So all of us is going to learn. I'm going to learn from examples you have or what you want to do and how you intend to take up these discussions when we leave here. So Dr. Dorcas is coming in, but I want to give some time to Mr. Duncan to come and announce to us the procedure and approach we are to take. Please give some flowers to Mr. Duncan.
Good afternoon. I want to thank you for the cooperation that we've got since morning. Now we are going to move quickly for group discussions. As we move we're going to project the questions and how we're going to have our groups. So quickly, I want the support team with the mics. We're going to do the simplest possible way of making groups quickly, and then we're going to divide work. We have our materials here. We're going to form our groups according to our numbers so that quickly we have some few minutes to discuss the questions. Then the informations will be very clear. We're going to give the instructions very clear. So kindly move to the second slide, kindly. So the criteria for forming the groups will be, one, we are going to take different numbers number 1 to 6. So those will be group numbers. If you take number 1, you'll be in group 1. If you take number 3, you'll be in group 3. If you take number 6, you'll be in group 6. Then quickly, as we form the numbers, we're going to decide where we're going to do our work. We can make a small rearrangement of the house so that we have our discussions. Shortly then, we're going to have our group leaders. We select our group leaders and a rapporteur who is going to take minutes of our discussions. Then we are going to be allowed to have a presentation by each of our groups. So your group leader and a rapporteur will come forward here and make a presentation between 5 and 7 minutes. And then you're going to be allowed to have questions and comments from other group members. So kindly, before we go to the tasks that we're going to take, I want to have 2 support team with mics, 2 support team, so that we take numbers quickly. I can start it from here. You'll mention 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When we get to 6, we start 1. Are we okay? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. 1, 2, 3, up to 6. So when we finish, we're going to have already made a group, okay? So I start from here.
1,
2,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1.
2. Kindly, as you take your numbers, please remember your number. Your number will give you a group.
1,
2,
3,
4, 5,
6,
1, 2,
3, 4,
5, 6,
1,
2, 3, 5. 5, 6, 1,
2, 3, 4,
5,
6, 7, 6, 1,
6,
1,
2, 5, 6, 1,
3,
4, 5, 6, 4, 1, 1, 2, 3,
4, 5,
6,
1,
3,
4,
5, 5,
6, 2,
3.
She's French. You have French. 4. I'm saying I'll end here too when they can make their own group. Then you are 5. French. 5.
1. Start 1.
1, 2,
5.
All right. I hope that I can be able to interrupt without interrupting what's going on. So while we are setting out the groups, just a short breach of the program for this afternoon.
3,
4.
5, 6.
So if you are taking numbers, just try not to be distracted by me or by the person who's going to be speaking next.
6.
So we've been here, this is the second week starting.
No, 4.
And we've had a number of people pop in and pop out. But as you may have guessed, this summer school is so important to us as an organization that There are a few people who have just decided to come in and see what we're doing and share a few words of encouragement and support for this work. So this afternoon, before Duncan continues with his exercise, I will just take a few moments to listen to Dr. Augustine Jamshi, who's the chair of the Political and Technical Affairs Committee of PACJA, the founding president of the organization, who is in Nairobi for other business, but has chosen to come and speak to us briefly this afternoon.
Thank you, Eugene. Good morning. Oh, sorry. I just came in from West Africa this morning, so in my mind, it's still morning. Good afternoon. Bonsoir. Okay, that's all I can do. Ok, je suis vraiment très content de vous voir tous ici présents. L'école d'été est vraiment important pour nous en tant que l'organisation et je pense que Ok, je peux continuer? Ok. Donc, je sais que vous avez fait déjà une semaine. C'était excitant parce que je constate sur les réseaux sociaux que vous êtes vraiment engagés. Et je pense que c'est vraiment important pour nous en tant qu'une organisation panafricaniste. Je n'ai pas voulu parler aujourd'hui puisque je vais faire quelques mots demain, mais comme demain je vais parler en anglais, il fallait que je vous salue pour aujourd'hui. Et je serai bref, n'est-ce pas, parce que vous avez les groupes de travaux qui sont vraiment importants pour ces formations. Si vous avez décidé de quitter vos pays, vos familles, le travail et l'école pour octroyer cette semaine, 2 semaines ici, ce n'est pas pour rien. Il est vrai qu'on peut jouer en étant aussi sérieux en même temps, assidu en même temps. Donc, voilà l'occasion qui vous a offert sur le plateau pour s'engager dans l'activisme du changement de justice climatique. Qu'est-ce que la justice climatique? Vous avez dû constater hier, je crois avant-hier, pendant l'excursion. Vous avez fait l'excursion avant-hier, n'est-ce pas? OK. Donc, vous avez constaté les mamans sur le terrain. Et il y a une maman de 70 ans, ou bien de 77 ans, qui cultive encore son champ. Donc, la justice climatique, pour moi, c'est quoi? La justice climatique, de pouvoir défendre ces mamans. Parce qu'elle n'a pas la voiture. Si tu regardes très bien, elle n'a jamais monté dans l'avion, n'est-ce pas? Donc son émission est 0. Mais les effets néfastes du changement climatique la touchent plus que tout le monde. Parce que chaque matin, elle doit dépendre sur la pluie pour cultiver son champ. Quand la pluie là ne vient plus, elle a causé ces problèmes? Elle n'a pas causé ces problèmes. Donc, pour qu'on améliore son cadre de vie, elle n'est pas en train de demander, ce n'est pas l'aide. C'est quelque chose qu'elle mérite. Parce que lorsque vous gâtez quelque chose d'autrui, vous devez réparer. C'est de ça qu'on parle. L'Afrique a fait quoi pour mériter ça? Nous ne sommes pas avec le chapeau dans la main pour faire la mendicité. Nous ne sommes pas les mendiants. Nous demandons, ceux qui ont détruit doivent réparer. Ça, c'est juste. Donc, si jamais quelqu'un détruit ta maison, au lieu de te demander les excuses et après contribuer pour la reconstruction, il vous donne un prêt. Est-ce que c'est juste? Non, posez-vous cette question. Est-ce que c'est juste? Et si à chaque fois, tu dis, ça fait mal ici, parce que tu es là, sous la rivière, tu es là-bas en haut, tu es en train de polluer. Et c'est moi qui souffre ici en bas, n'est-ce pas? Et je te dis, non, il faut stopper ces pollutions. Tu dis, non, écoute, bien, je suis riche, je peux vous donner un peu d'argent pour que vous continuiez à avaler la saleté. Je vous paye pour avaler ma saleté. Je ne peux pas. Je ne peux pas changer ma mode de vie. Je vais seulement continuer, mais je te paye pour que tu avales. Est-ce que c'est juste? Non. C'est autant de questions qu'on pose souvent. N'ayez pas peur de poser ce genre de questions. C'est ça la justice climatique. Et si vous n'avez pas la rage pour pouvoir poser ces questions, sans avoir peur, parce que ce qui existe en Afrique, ce qui se passe en Afrique, on regarde parmi vous, on dit, oh, l'autre est un peu, elle est un peu docile, on peut la manipuler, on te fait croire que tu es vraiment plus intelligent, plus qu'Augustin qui vous parle parce qu'il est radical. Après, vous me combattez. Après, on vous jette. L'Afrique reste dans la pauvreté. On ne mérite pas ça. Je vais vous parler encore demain pour quelques minutes, mais je voulais juste vous dire, encourager que nous sommes vraiment conscients au Parja que l'Afrique devait être bâtie par les fils et les filles de l'Afrique. Et que quelqu'un ne peut pas nous donner les ordres. Comment? Parce que quand tu me chicotes, et quand je pleure, tu dis, ah, il n'est pas civilisé, il ne devait pas pleurer comme ça. Vous me dites encore comment je dois pleurer, alors que ça me fait mal. Donc quand c'est pour pleurer, pleure comme à ta tradition, à ta manière, même si ça fait du bruit. N'est-ce pas? Bon, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. We'll be talking again tomorrow. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je crois que je vais maintenant repasser la parole à Duncan pour la suite. Merci.
Thank you for that powerful message that has come to us. Indeed, it is the right time we need to cry for the injustices that we're facing today. So, to my traditional knowledge, when we have an elder speak, a young youth or a young person needs not to add anything. With a lot of respect, allow me leave that, but we take it in keenly. So we're going to get back to our discussions as we agreed. Quickly, what we did is to take numbers for the groups. So I hope you still remember your number. You still remember your number, 1 to 6? 1 to 6 as we did it. We are not going to repeat. So all number ones, allow me give the instructions very clearly. All the number ones, you'll meet as group 1. All the number 2s will meet as group 2s. As we go down, group 3, group 4, group 5, group 6. Now, Group 7 is the online team. So for those who are coordinating the online, there'll be group 7 and they have their own questions. So kindly we can move to the questions. The next slide. So as we get from those slides, group 1, you'll tackle question 1. Group 2, you'll tackle question 2. Group 3, question 3, group 4, 5, and 6 as we continue. There is a concern coming up. There are those who are not able to speak English. They're going to come together as a group, but they'll form as group 5B. There'll be group 5B. So group 5 will have, question 5 will have 2 groups. The ones who are speaking English and the non-English speakers. So they're going to come together, they discuss. And as we were told on the instructions, we're going to take not 50 minutes, but now 40 minutes. You make the discussions. We're going to provide you materials that you're going to write. And allow me put it very clear, group 6 that will deal with discuss and develop 3 advocacy posters, each with a key message on women economic empowerment and climate justice through green growth and other relevant strategies. Kindly, I put it very clear, and maybe from the information desk, as if you can type it, there your information towards COP27. There your information towards COP27. It will be added shortly to that. So kindly, as you organize, I want you now move as groups. What we are going to do, the space is small. We're going to do a small rearrangement of the house. So group 1, you'll take a position somewhere there. Group 2, group 3, group 4, group 5, group 6. Maybe another group who wants to move out, you can move out quickly. So quickly, let's move to the groups. You go select a leader. The information team, kindly get back to the previous slide. Or maybe I can do it from my end. Yeah. So you are going to elect a group leader and a rapporteur who will take all the notes that you are taking, then comes and present. So you'll have not 50 minutes, between 30 and 40 minutes you discuss. One of you, 2 of you, a group leader and a rapporteur will come and present to us what are your findings. So give me the group leaders as they come for their materials at that desk. Quickly, we can move to our groups. Thank you. Project the questions. Just go with the team. Group 5 is here. Kindly, as you have your discussions, no noise. Speak to a tone that you can able to understand one another, and we have a moment of a good discussion. Group 4 is outside. Group 4 is outside. If you are a member of Group 4 inside here, kindly move out. African time. So in the next 30-40 minutes, you'll be done. We'll start our presentations. So allow me get the group leaders. Allow me get the group leaders for each group. Excuse, a moment of silence, kindly. A moment of silence. We are too crowded because of the COVID protocols. We have Mr. Stephen here. We want to this group, and this group, you'll follow him. He'll give you a room up here. Quickly, quickly. Kindly. Kindly followed. Mr. Stephen, follow him. As the two groups are moving out, get this keenly. You'll have a rapporteur in your group who will have to type your work or to write it in form of notes, and equally you use the materials given for your presentation. So you'll send us the soft copy of your material. You'll present using the charts and equally have a discussion sent to us. I'm advised this group you can equally move. So you can move, this group can move. Group. So kindly keep time. We will want your type to work. You can type, someone can type, someone can write on the posters for your presentation. We wish you well. I want to put it clear. As you're doing your assignments, Hi. Hi. Excuse. You have 15 to 20 minutes to wind up. 15 to 20 minutes to wind up. Excuse, you can now wind up as we get to our normal seating positions. Wind up as we get to our normal seating positions. It is time, kindly wind up. It is time. It is time, stop there. Let's stand up. Everyone stand up, stand up, stand up. It is time, stand up, stand up. Make it a stop. Let's take our positions back. Let's take our positions back. We can stop it there. Stop it there. Get back to your normal arrangements, please. Please. Wind up, wind up. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Wind up kindly. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. This time, kindly stand up. We are chasing time. Kindly, kindly, kindly. Get to your normal positions. Kindly, if you're standing, take your position and sit. Let's sit. We're out of time. We're out of time. Take your positions of sitting quickly. DJ, play as a music. DJ.
Adonis Linus, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. You know. There we are here now, resolving climate crisis. We wake up every morning, facing climate changes. Here we
Kindly let us settle quickly. Let us settle quickly.
everybody together. We can fight it. We can fight it. Just remember, your actions are survival. We rising up the new plans, reinforcing all the main point. We're building frame new strategies. Oh yes, we can do it. Oh yes, if we mean it.
If you are standing, kindly take your seat. We want to start the presentations quickly. We're going to start with the online team. So for the online coordinators, let the online team know that we are starting with them. For those who are coming in, kindly take your seats quickly. For those who are at the door, kindly, it's high time we settle back. We've already wasted 5 minutes. We've already wasted 5 minutes. For those who are standing, kindly secure your seats. We want to go to the second session quickly for presentations. We are running out of time. I want to hope that we've secured our seats back, and we want to start this session quickly. Get the instructions clearly, please. Get the instructions clearly. For those who are standing, kindly secure your seats. Quickly, we are going to start our presentations, and before we start our presentations, you are advised to send your presentation and group number to the email projected above. Still discussing. Kindly, the group that is still discussing, stop it. I want to open the floor to the online team, but before I open the floor for the online team, send your presentations and group number. You mention your group number and the presentation to that email. We are going to have 3 to 5 minutes presentation, and you are advised that the whole team will not come here. We're going to have your chair of the group, the rapporteur, and the one who is going to show us to hold your materials. So we're going to have, each group, we're going to have 3 persons coming here. I hope you got the right people who will represent your group. So quickly, I want to open the platform to the online group who are here. Let us be joined to the online group. They're going to start their presentation. So we are going to be connected online. We quickly follow up, and we're going to be very strict on time. They present between 3 and 5 minutes. Then we have a comment, 1 or 2 comments quickly before we move to another group. So group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, start, be prepared, start your preparation as a group. The online group starts. The online group, the floor is yours. Someone from online who is going to take us through your presentation. We're waiting. Afanyo. The online team, we are waiting from you. Afanyo. The online team is not ready. We can move to group 1. Group 1, are you ready? Group 1, are you ready? Group 1 is not ready. Group 2. Group 2, take the floor, kindly. Group 2, take the floor.
Okay, good afternoon. So this is group 2. We were tasked with identifying opportunities for green jobs or entrepreneurship for youth in the changing climate. So we're more than 10. So actually the 3 of us are going to present on the various parts that we have identified for the opportunities for green jobs or entrepreneurship, and we'll also project the same through our vanilla papers. Yeah, thank you for your time. You can proceed.
Good morning, everyone. No, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Caroline Wambui Karimia from Kenya. And the first thing we did in our group was to okay. Okay. The first thing we did in our group was to divide the green jobs into thematic areas. So we have energy, we have waste, we have agriculture, forestry. We also have the industrial processing units, yeah? So on energy, we discussed that youth can venture into projects such as selling renewable energy such as solar. You can partner, the youth can partner with solar producers to sell solar to rural areas. Yeah, so, and we also, in that area, we also discussed that instead of transporting the renewable energy, yes, instead of transporting them, they can create an e-commerce website so that we can reduce the carbon footprint of the products. Yes, and also on energy, we discussed that the youth can utilize food waste. For example, they can create a center for collecting food waste, which can be converted into biogas, and that will create clean energy. I am also going to touch on, okay, my colleague will touch on waste management. Thank you.
So I'm going to touch on waste management, where it's typically about recycling. So first and foremost, we can make textiles from plastics. So if you actually go to Safaricom House and many other organizations, you can actually see this happening. Yeah. So we also have those or boats from plastic. There was once an exhibition which took place the youth actually collecting plastics from localities. Then they were making boats. Actually, if you look this video in the YouTube, you'll find it that they wanted to make an expedition, like a journey, for all the way from Lami to Zanzibar using a plastic boat. It's called the yeah. We also have ornaments made from plastic. This also happens in Safaricom because Safaricom actually promotes creativity among the youth. We also have art, made from plastic. We also have banana fibers, which also add value to creativity. Like banana fiber can be used to make braids and other ornaments and other things which also add aesthetic value. Yeah, we can also make organic fertilizers from household waste and also sell the waste to companies, and also fruit peelings. Like we also have black soldier worms, which I also use as proteins. Yeah, thank you. My friend can also do that.
Yes, I'll finish that up. We have the agriculture and forestry sector. So organic fertilizers, the youth can produce organic fertilizers using waste. We also have the youth can venture into vegetable growing. For example, the project that we saw on Saturday at Gatundu South, they can produce vegetable using organic manure to improve food security. Yeah, they can also venture into aquaculture, that is hydroponic and aquaponic, that is the production of fish and plants using water. And also in the agriculture, they can use solar pumps to pump water instead of using the other polluting sources of energy. And also the youth can establish tree nurseries. Yes. We also have beekeeping, sorry, I had forgotten the point. We also have beekeeping, and yeah, those are the areas that we have dived into. And sorry, can I add a point? Yes, on the innovation part in industries, the youth can replace, we can strive to replace the polluting sources of energy, for example, coal. If an industry is using coal, we can replace that with briquettes, which can be made from waste, such as on Saturday at the field trip, we saw the macadamia nuts, the shells being made into briquettes. Those are a source of energy. Thank you.
So thank you, Group 2. That was a quick one. I want to only take 2 comments, quick one. No history. You ask your point or your question exactly. So if you take more time, we cut you short. 2 comments, quick ones. A lady and a gentleman. A lady, yeah, gender. A lady and a gentleman. Oh, sorry, we didn't realize that they didn't have a gent. For this group, the gents in this group, shame on you. Women empowerment, I'm told, is corrected. Women empowerment. So the gentlemen in the group 2 have empowered their ladies. Thank you. Only 2 comments quickly before we move. I'm told the online group is ready. So as they prepare, 2 comments, quick ones. From this side, a lady and a gentleman. I want to assume that there are no comments. Group 2, thank you for the good discussion. So let's open the floor for the online group. I'm told they're ready. Let us be connected to the online team, please.
All right. All right. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon from Nigeria. Yeah, my name is Okechukwu Onwegwu. I'm representing the online group. Hey, no. Hey. So I'm representing the online group. In our group discussions, we first we look at the concept of green entrepreneurship, because our question was cite best practice case studies in green entrepreneurship jobs. At first, we try to understand the concept of green entrepreneurship. We see it as a special subset of entrepreneurship that aims at creating and implementing solutions to environmental problems, as well as to promote social change so that the environment is not harmed. And some of the activities we identified are: one is water canal system. Water canal system, we see that something that will help is a business that we discover that is in existence in some countries like Tanzania and Gambia. By this system, people can recollect water, store it, and also resell it to farmers and others for irrigation, industries, and other purposes. People can use it for so many things by buying from it. The second point is waste management. Waste management is a booming business in some countries now. It's a situation whereby people go on collecting all the used items like cell phones and plastics and so many other things, even aluminum things. You collect them and you turn them into a business, into something that can, you can use them to produce bags, to produce pots, to produce so many things. It will help to reduce pollutions and other things. It will also help to decongest the road. You know, the way we drop things all over the world, all over the streets. It will help to decongest. You no longer, it will help to allow even water, the flood and other things to stop our flooding our environment. It is a, so that is it. So then the next point is, and this waste management, the recycling business is happening mostly in fact, so many countries, but we cited example like Botswana, Egypt, and Rwanda. They are making things, it is happening there. People are also empowering themselves there for the business. Even in Nigeria here, I have so many people, I know so many people who are now in the business and they are making it. They use it not only not only to support the green economy, but also to empower themselves and their families. Then on the point number 3, is environmental educators. We suggested that as we are training people now, just as we are being trained in this summer school, people can actually, the government can actually empower people after the training to go to streets. We can use maybe by using mobile vehicles and other things to make it like an announcement, or to go to villages to train people. And so many other things. They can train people, that is train the trainers, so that people will know, will understand the importance and the best practices. By this, you are empowering them, you are giving them job. They are creating job for themselves too. Somebody can even start it without the government doing it. I've seen people doing that in form of CSOs. Then another one is sustainable event planning. Event planning management is happening in some countries. Like for instance, in Nigeria, there is a group that used to organize an event every week. It's a climate sustainable event around Lagos. What they do is that one day they select a day in a week whereby they decide to do one thing or another. For instance, there are weeks they will decide to trek to works. All their members will be trekking to works by wearing, and they will be wearing their clothes, their uniform to show who they are. They will trek to work instead of using commercial vehicles and other things. A governor in my state, Anambra State, Nigeria, 2 weeks ago said that when he was inaugurated, that he wanted to use bicycle to be going to work to reduce the green emissions and other things. But people are advising not to do that because of security. So it is something that can work also. People can decide to be using those kind of things. It is a kind of event planning too. Then tree planting is number 55th position. Tree planting trees like bamboo, melina, and so on. It is something that can also empower, help people. It's an entrepreneurship job too. In Nigeria, for instance, NewMap, a World Bank project, use it a lot to stop some erosion menace issues in so many parts of the country. Then the 7th point is using Google Map for efficient traveling to reduce emission too. A colleague may have to educate us more on that. Then we also have another point 8.8 that is called agroecology. A colleague can also take it too, but it is a point they noted that is working in some countries. We have the point 9 is green agriculture, agribusiness, aquaculture, and others to empower people with green business jobs. All these things.
You, brother. Thank you.
Okay. Can I take it? Okay, the last point is green economy curriculum to be introduced in schools. It will help to empower people who have the teachers and the students to also learn from that. That is all for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother from Nigeria.
Yes.
That was a good discussion for the online group. Thank you, being represented by they call him Okechukwu.
Yes.
Not be able to present to say that name maybe from where I come from, but thank you for representing the online team. For that, I hope someone has any other thing to raise in a minute or two. Kindly, any comment from the house? I want to hope that since there is no one, that is what the online team presented to us. Thank you, the online team, for that. So we are moving to a third group quickly. So group one, I'm told they're not ready. So group three. Group one, you're ready? Yes, group one. Group one, the floor is yours. We are chasing on time.
Good
You have
afternoon.
4 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Njuguna Nyambura, and this is Group 1, presenting the opportunities that green energy has for women. And for me, particularly as Nyambura, I'm going to be presenting on the energy field, and more specifically on renewable energy, as it is a multidimensional sector in that it is able to provide opportunities for women in finance. It is able to provide opportunities for women in environmental science. And I'll give an example with Olkaria. Olkaria is a place in Kenya that deals with geothermal energy. And you find that still this area, since it's an area that is occupied by wild animals, women can be hired in those areas to ensure the health of the animals, the health of the environment. And you find that truly renewable energy as a sector does provide environmental science. Another field is low. We
have it for 5 sections. She's talking for energy. The second one is waste management. And at the side of the waste management, if we, and based on African women's, there are two, the non-education women and educational women. So the opportunity for green jobs, for entrepreneurship for women in climate changing, for waste management, they can use the reduce and reuse and recycle. For the industrial, because they are always stay in the villages, they can use some new business for using for waste management, for recycling the wastes to produce for another new things for like industrial and domestic animals. They can reduce and they can reuse and they can recycle. So in waste generation is the second, and waste collection and sorting for waste handling. As we all know, we are wasting for many things, and also women has opportunity for doing like waste management in the side of in her area. Then they can make a small business, or she can make some business like to make the management wastes and to do like what can I say, like collection the wastes and recycle for the waste. The best opportunity that the women can do it for it. Thank you so much.
My name is Hope Mandala from Malawi. Another point is the forest and conversations technicians. Women can be given these jobs. On this side, it deals with the foresters and conservation scientists to protect and maintain the plants and animals' health in the forest. So if women can be given these things, it can help to change the climate to better. And another thing is agriculture and forest and food scientists, which they conduct research on animals, safety, and on methods of improving
food and clothes. These, they spend much time in conducting clinical trials and developing experiments on animals and plant subjects. So if women can be given these jobs, it can help to change the climate to better. Thank you.
3 minutes to wind.
Hello, good afternoon. Please take your phone and speak in Portuguese. Bem, José Fernandes, vou falar sobre o empoderamento da mulher em relação à questão do turismo. Tanto nós achamos que em África, tanto surge aí uma grande oportunidade para as mulheres trabalharem naquilo que é o turismo. E uma das áreas que podiam trabalhar é trabalhar como guia turística, não é? Isso porque, como sabe, as mulheres são muito inteligentes, são muito habilidosas e são hospitaleiras, sabem receber as pessoas. São pessoas que conservam muito bem aquilo que são os valores culturais em relação aos homens. Então, em função disso, nós achamos que a área do turismo, as mulheres como guias turísticas, seria excelente nessa área. Uma outra oportunidade que se abre a nível da questão do turismo para a mulher é a tal questão de trabalhar como fiscais de conservação ambiental também, porque as mulheres são sensíveis, lidam muito bem com as árvores, tratam bem as plantas, têm um amor sobre os animais e então seriam-se muito bem trabalhar nessa área, nas áreas de conservação. Um exemplo aqui no Quênia, abre-se uma grande oportunidade para as mulheres trabalharem no Parque Nacional de Conservação Natural. Tanto é tudo em relação ao turismo, porque temos pouco tempo. Obrigado.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm William Eoy. So mine is just summarize on what they have said. And mine is just this short. We had a father, a son, and his wife. So the father used to be, as I told my brothers in the bus while we are going to the field trip, that we had the one father, the son, and then the wife. The father was a swimmer, so he had a swimming pool as his own home ground. So the mother never knew to swim, but the father had to train the smaller son in order to swim also. So one day the father came back from the work and then decided to throw the smaller son into the swimming pool. You know what happened? The smaller son. Then the mother went to the other side of the swimming pool waiting for the smaller son to meet his daddy on the swimming pool. Then while the father was throwing the son on this side of the swimming pool, the mother was crying on the other side. So the father decided to throw up the son in the swimming pool. Africa is full of these opportunities. The swimming pool represents now the climate change. And now the wife, the role of women. And they have decided that there is more opportunities in agriculture, economy, energy, livestock, or tourism, and many other sectors. It's now upon the role of women in Africa to wake up and take those responsibilities and the opportunities. Thank you so much.
I just forgot my name. My name is Najma.
Thank you. That's group one. Marvelous work. I don't want to take this time again to ask maybe for comments. Let us have our comments later in the discussion. We want to move quickly. Now we can move to group three. Kindly group three. Let's be quick on time. We're chasing time, group three.
Can you hear me now? So, good afternoon. My name is Lucky Abeng, and I was part of the Group 3 discussion. And our discussion was focused on the motto of the UN Agenda 2030, which is the SDGs, that says, how many of us know it? The motto of the SDGs. Unfortunately, none of us know. It's called Leave No One Behind. And then our topic was to identify green job opportunities for disabled persons, and we looked at the sectors as contained in our various countries' NDCs, the priority areas. We had the energy sector, the agri sector, the transport sector, and we discussed holistically. As projected on the screen, I wouldn't want to speak about all our discussion. I would want to give my colleagues the opportunity so I don't say everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Lorraine Ongesa, and I'm going to present on our presentation as Group 3. And okay, can you hear me? Good. Okay, our first, we categorized those. Okay, sorry. We categorized the opportunities into different sectors. So we have the energy, we had the transport, we also had the called what? Agriculture, we had design, and we added another one called ecotourism. So for the energy sector, we were able to identify that those that live with disability can be able to engage in different sectors. For example, we have this, they can take part in solar production of the solar panels at the manufacturing industries, and they can also take part in wind power, biogas, and the briquettes. We all know what briquettes are, right? Yeah. So for the opportunities within the energy sector, we were able to identify that they can be technicians, they can work as technicians, they can also work in the monitoring and evaluation department just to monitor how the machines are operating, and also they can also work as structural engineers in that sector. Under agriculture, that was our sector number 2. We believe that most of the people that live with disability do not really have regular jobs. They cannot engage in regular jobs. But then we were able to identify that within the agricultural sectors, they can be farmers. They can act as farmers. They can act as pastoralists. That is, they can engage in livestock keeping, agroforestry activities. They can also engage in beekeeping. They can also act as processors of farm produce. They can also act in the research fields, agricultural research fields. They can also act as transporters, transporting farm produce to the market. Agrofinance, they can also work in the agrofinance industries. They can also work as a cooperative, they can also find jobs in the corporate industries. Manufacturing, we also have processing. They can also take part in processing, packaging, agroforestry, that one I've mentioned. Then we have in the transport sector, they can take part they can work as the factory operators. The factories that produce, manufacture cars. They can work as drone operators. They can also work as drivers, that is the cab drivers, and many more, captains, yeah. And for the design, we will categorize them into ICT, that is the information, communication, and technology. They can work as an architecture. They can also work as an engineer. They can also they can also do most of the crafting, that is, and sculpting. So they can do most of, let me say, beadology, if someone has heard of beadology. Yeah. They can also construct green building, that is within the architecture. Ecotourism, which was our last sector. They can work in the game reserves, in the hospitality sector, within the national parks, and what they can do majorly, they can act as tour guides. They can also work as sustainable tourist operators, as a tourism manager, sustainable tourism agency. Thank you.
Just to add on that, sorry.
we wanted to say as a group, disability is not inability. In as much as these people are disabled, with the people that are able, we need to make them know that there are people in the community and they can help us grow the community. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Quickly, we are training you to present on time, so sorry for that, but I hope your message is at home. So quickly, we can move to group 4 so that we have 5 and 6, and then we wind up. Time has caught us short, but we quickly move. Group 4, the stage is yours. So for group 4, we have 2 groups. We can start with the Francophones. So we'll be ready to be translated. Then the other group will take, group 4A will take after. So group 4, group 4B to start. 4B, are you ready? So 4B, are you ready, or we start with 4A? No. So group 4A, group 4, 4B, you can start. 4B, you can start. 4B are the Francophones. Kindly let them take us through.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Marina Fenka from Cameroon, and these are one of the members of my group, Group 4A. And yes, before we get started, I would like to say that for the sake of minority representation, I will be expressing myself in French. So you are welcome to use your headset. OK, donc déjà c'était un sujet très passionnant. Ça nous a permis de nous réunir, de discuter et d'exposer les soucis dont nous, les défis que nous, en tant que jeunes, nous rencontrons dans la pratique de la croissance verte, oui, par les femmes, les groupes vulnérables et les jeunes. Alors déjà, commençons par les femmes. Nous allons dire que l'un des défis qu'elles rencontrent sont les pratiques culturelles, notamment le système du patriarcat. Comme nous le savons, beaucoup de femmes aujourd'hui dépendent beaucoup plus de leur mari, et cela consiste un frein pour s'engager dans un projet quelconque. Elles ont besoin de l'autorisation du mari, et aussi les pressions sociales. La femme ne doit pas faire X, la femme ne doit pas faire Y, la femme ne doit pas faire Z. Ce sont des freins qui aujourd'hui, malheureusement, sont toujours d'actualité dans beaucoup de nos pays. Ensuite, nous avons l'accès au foncier. Nous le savons tous. En Afrique subsaharienne, la femme est propriétaire de moins de 10% des femmes sont propriétaires des titres fonciers. Pourtant, elles contribuent à plus de 70% des rendements issus des terres, ce qui est une grande injustice. Ensuite, nous avons la formation et le renforcement des capacités sur la croissance verte. Nous sommes tous allés visiter, nous sommes tous allés sur la visite de site. Nous avons vu cette grand-mère qui était très engagée pour l'atténuation des risques liés au changement climatique. Chez nous, c'est pareil dans tous les autres pays. Nos grands-mamans savent ça, mais on a taxé leur connaissance de connaissances indigènes. Elles sont conscientes, elles ont été conscientes de l'environnement depuis longtemps. Donc, il est question de renforcer leur capacité, leur savoir. Ah, d'accord. OK. Donc, pour renforcer leur savoir et permettre qu'elles puissent comprendre les défis actuels, que ce qu'elles subissent sont les effets du changement climatique, il est nécessaire de les former et de renforcer leurs capacités pour qu'elles puissent produire de meilleurs rendements. Et deuxièmement, non. Ensuite, on a le non-accès et difficultés d'accès au financement. Bon, déjà étant très marginalisées et n'étant pas très considérées dans la société, l'accès au financement pour elles sont un peu plus difficiles comparé aux hommes. Ensuite, nous avons l'inaccessibilité à l'information, ce qui est crucial dans l'implémentation d'un projet ou alors le développement d'un projet. Déjà, beaucoup d'entre elles ne parlant, surtout celles vivant dans les zones, les zones rurales ou les zones reculées, ne parlant ni le français, ni l'anglais, ni l'espagnol ou l'arabe, sont sont freinés par la langue. Donc, il est question, s'il est possible, d'avoir des informations en langue locale pour faciliter l'accès des femmes aux informations. Ensuite, nous avons, concernant les groupes vulnérables, nous avons considéré les groupes vulnérables comme les personnes âgées, les enfants ou alors les personnes handicapées. Et dans nos États, nous nous rendons compte qu'on ne prend pas en considération ces personnes-là dans les politiques nationales. En Afrique centrale, vous allez aller dans les lieux publics, il n'y a pas de zones réservées pour les handicapés. Ne parlons pas alors de la croissance verte, ça c'est un autre débat. Ensuite, nous avons la stigmatisation, notamment principalement, parmi les stigmatisations, nous avons les albinos. Dans certains pays, ils sont tués, ils sont menacés à cause de la couleur de leur peau. Nous avons l'accès au financement qui revient encore, le manque et l'absence d'assistance sociale envers des personnes à mobilité réduite. Et pour finir, l'analphabétisation, surtout des jeunes filles. Nous allons donc continuer avec les jeunes que nous sommes. Et l'un des challenges que nous avons énumérés, c'est le manque d'implication des jeunes dans les instances décisionnelles. Les décisions sont prises en amont et les jeunes interviennent en aval. On aimerait être là dès le début du processus. Il y a le manque de formation de base. Pour faire l'économie circulaire, on a besoin de formations orientées économie circulaire. Malheureusement, dans nos universités, nous n'avons pas encore ces formations-là. L'inaccessibilité aux technologies, qui est la base, nous le savons tous, de l'économie circulaire. Et cela, malheureusement, nous n'avons toujours pas accès à cela. L'extrême pauvreté, en étant jeune, on nous taxe de manque d'expérience. Du coup, personne n'est prêt à nous donner de l'argent pour se lancer dans un projet quelconque. On a aussi l'inadéquation entre les formations. Beaucoup de nos universités, beaucoup d'entre nous, nous avons des formations qui ne sont pas liées au changement climatique ou au développement durable. Pourtant, nous nous retrouvons là. Nous avons besoin des formations orientées demande d'emploi. Yes, I'm worried. On a aussi l'exode rural. Les jeunes quittent des villages pour les villes, alors que ces villages-là sont un lieu par réception pour développer des projets dans l'économie circulaire. Le manque de financement, l'instabilité politique, s'il vous plaît, l'instabilité politique, le terrorisme. S'il vous plaît, j'aimerais vraiment insister sur cela, si le modérateur nous permet, parce que nous voyons aujourd'hui, en Afrique de l'Ouest, nous avons des coups d'État. En Afrique centrale, on a le conflit au Cameroun, au nord et au sud-ouest du Cameroun, au nord-ouest, au sud-ouest et dans la partie septentrionale du Cameroun. Récemment, nous avons le conflit Congo-Rwanda. En Afrique de l'Est, nous avons l'Éthiopie et l'Érythrée, qui sont un grand frein pour nous jeunes dans le domaine de l'économie circulaire. Et ensuite, le système de pensée biaisé. Nous ne voulons pas aller dans les champs cultivés, nous préférons aller dans les bureaux. Donc, ceci étant dit, nous exhortons nos politiques de nous accompagner régulièrement, de nous faire confiance et aussi aux financeurs de nous faire confiance. Nous sommes jeunes, nous avons de l'énergie et nous sommes prêts à se lancer dans ce domaine-là. Merci.
That is Group 4A, a very powerful presentation. How do we say? Clap for them once again. They should be having a whole lecture for us, but anyway, thank you for that. Group 4B, quickly. We're only remaining with Group 5 and 6 as we finish, so we are winding up. Group 4B, kindly be quick. Group 4B, Group 4B.
Okay.
Yes,
No,
yes.
it's okay. I will just. I will start with the one.
Yeah, I introduced you, right?
No, it's okay. Just.
4B, the floor is yours.
And good afternoon, all. I think we have it. Okay, yeah, good. So, and this is group 4, and we are doing it, 2 of us, me and my colleague Mariam, and you can introduce us. Heba, yeah. Huh? Mufe. All right. So this is the team for group 4, and
We're just getting introduced now.
don't mind us. Don't mind. That's normal. Yeah. We have me and Mariam will be presenting, and I will be presenting the challenges while Mariam is identifying the vulnerable groups. Yeah. And thank you very much. Mariam can take this too.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Mariam from Egypt. So the question is challenges experienced in practicing green growth by women, youth, and vulnerable groups. Let me start by just identifying the green growth. It is just promoting economic development with ensuring that the national resources continue to provide and to provide and stay the same, its well-being all over the years, just like the sustainable development definition. So again, here we consider to identify first the vulnerable groups. What is the vulnerable groups? It is just fragile, suspicion to harm, in need and oppressed. There are other definitions to vulnerability. We decided to choose women, of course, youth, indigenous, geographically marginalized, elderly, and children. Also, disabled people or people with disabilities and refugees. You see, women, I don't want to talk too much. I just want to be straight to the point. So I think maybe youth is just the only one who need explanation why we chose youth, because we think we are excluded of any decision, although it has impacted us directly. We're impacted directly and we are excluded. We just take a lot of time and face a lot of challenges finishing any paper or finding any positions. Also, indigenous, because of their traditions and culture, sometimes they can't cope up with industrialization, they can't cope up with development because it's not, they want to stick to their tradition and it's not like, what do we say? Yeah, like fit, yeah, fit to them. So I think that's it. And geographically marginalized are those people who are not approved by the government. There has no papers. And that's it. I don't want to just be talking a lot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mariam. I think she have tried her best. She told me actually that she don't like to talk and she don't like to, because she's the one who did this. And you can see this is unique and it explained itself. And I think that's how she like it. But yeah, so thank you very much, Mariam. And I believe the audience appreciate you. And so moving to the, all right, yes, the challenges. So the challenges, and we start by asking ourselves, what do we understand by the challenges? You know, the challenges are experienced by practicing green growth by women, youth, and vulnerable groups. So what we understand by challenges, or what we try to bring out, and what we mean by challenges, is about the access, about the affordability, and and the way and manner how the systems are built for people to able to be part of this green growth we are talking about. So all of these people who are challenged to access these opportunities, and we identify them as green, as people who are challenged to access the green growth we are talking about. So now we said what one, and lack of political goodwill. So what do we mean by lack of political goodwill? And now we are having huge challenges and within our political system to accept the cultural system that we have in our locality or in our country, and which is now not helping particularly the young people. And the young people are challenged now because they don't have that system that can encourage them, that can make them fit in competing. Yeah, in competing. So let me do faster. Let me avoid the long talking. So lack of capacity and awareness. Capacity and awareness. We all understand that young people, and most times they are not aware. Particularly young people, women, they are not aware in certain issues going around. And most of the time, we tend to go to the community to engage them, to help them to understand these issues. Because if they don't understand these issues, at the end of the day, they cannot able to participate and they cannot able to take action. Because what we want to make sure that these people able to take action and able to own some of this development. So they lack the consciousness, they lack the awareness, and they lack the strength to help them to participate or to take action. Attitude and interest. Attitude and interest, and in this one, we don't want to just be talking about government or donors.
2
and we want
minutes
to
to
look
wind
at
up.
us, the youth as well. We have our own challenge. Sometimes we choose which type of job we involve ourselves with, which most of the time and it's not helping us, because we all know young people are very urgent in seeing result. You know, and if they start work today, tomorrow they want to realize something. And most of the time, a sustainable job cannot be achieved by that. So you have to be patient, and you have to make sure that you identify a job that and can help you, not just for the basic, but for the future as well. So most of the time, young people lack interest in that direction, particularly when we talk about agriculture, because they don't want to dirty their hands and all of this. So that's what we mean. And insecurity, especially in advocacy, where people risk losing their lives from opposing certain development. So, okay, yeah, insecurity, and most of the time, and like I had an experience, and where I visited a hospital where the women are doing this gender stuff, and we have some women coming for abortion and all. So I asked the nurse there, what is the safety for these little girls coming at your facility? So they told me that they have a special room wherein they encourage these girls to come and talk to them. Yeah, if they want to do all of these things, they are secure in that room. So, because most of the time, if you think when you talk, when you share, or when you contribute, and you will be intimidated, and
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much.
So that is Group 4B. Thank you. It is because of time we're moving quickly. So, okay. As Group 5 prepares quickly, we have Group 5 and 6, and then we wind up the day. Group 5. Group 5, quickly. No, 5, we have only one. 5, only one question. The Group 5B to Group 2 went to Group 4B. So 5, we have only one question. Group 5, quickly. Meanwhile, Group 6, you can be preparing to wind up.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Wafula Wambulwa. We are Group 5. We are taking you through this suggest policy-oriented intervention to enhance gender, youth, vulnerable economic empowerment through green growth economy. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm Lusungu from Malawi. So on our group, we were proposing policies that could be presented based on evidence. So there's a project which was already rolled out, and we tried to lobby and advocate for the suggested policies. So these were on policies for promotion of favorable.
Sorry, just before we get to the policy interventions, I would like to tell you how we came up with these policies. Usually the gaps and challenges are what informs the policies. So looking at youth, women, and vulnerable groups, so we would like to categorize them as the vulnerable and marginalized groups, VMGs. And we're looking into issues of access to finance. We're also looking into issues, gaps where we are having, where these VMGs are not
Kindly,
able to
those who are
advance.
making noise, give us silence. Give us silence.
Thank you. Also, we are looking at the vulnerable marginalized groups who are not able to advance their innovative ideas and are also facing risks of manipulation. Also looking into issues of the vulnerable and marginalized groups not being included in these negotiations, and also lack of natural resources for these vulnerable and marginalized groups to access in order to advance these green enterprises. And also, there are a lot of technical terms when we're talking about green economy. We really need to localize this. So my colleagues are going to take us through the proposed policy interventions, and then I'll come back to give you, to explain why they're feasible. Thank you.
Welcome back again. Our first intervention was policies for promoting vulnerable financing of green enterprise by vulnerable marginalized groups.
So the second one was on policies to safeguard the innovations in the green economy by government. On that, we said even though the people have access to finance, they have access to the resources, the natural resources, we still need to safeguard the youth because they can have the access, but then they could be disturbed if, say, they have access to land, but someone comes in and say, you don't have a title deed. And maybe they can have the natural resources, yes, but then there are some other people who abuse those resources. So we said we need to safeguard both the resources, the natural resources, even the material resources that the youth and the marginalized groups have.
The third intervention was policies of enhancing inclusive public participation around green economy, conversation to promote human-centered intervention. The fourth intervention was policies for promoting easy access to and protection of natural resources, e.g. land, water, for irrigation. The fifth intervention was policies for promoting inclusive education and training on the green economy, e.g. localization of curricula, integration of green education into school circular at all levels. School curriculum at all levels. Thank you.
Okay, just to quickly explain why these policy interventions are feasible. Number one, when you talk about favorable financing, and a good example is what we have in Kenya through the Kenya Climate Change Innovation Center, where they give grants and they also offer mentorship on the same. Also, we can have stimulus programs for green enterprises that are done by the vulnerable and marginalized groups. For instance, we can have VAT removed from equipment that are used in delivering this kind of jobs. You can also give tax holidays for startups in the green economy for the vulnerable and marginalized groups. So that is just making sure that there's favorable financing in these enterprises. Also, when you're talking about safeguarding innovations, like my sister here from Malawi had given us an example of an innovation in Malawi where the rice husks, in the recent past, it was being regarded as waste. But now youth are using it in order to make briquettes. This is a climate-friendly energy source. And they're going to start making money out of it. So this makes them vulnerable and exposed to other people wanting to sabotage that. So we really need innovations. We really need policies that are going to safeguard them, that are going to even patent them, because most of these vulnerable and marginalized groups cannot afford patenting. Talking about policies to enhance inclusive public participation, this is a matter of making making these voices coming out of the community, making it human-centered. If it is solutions, they should come from the community. We had talked about this before. There need to be a policy that makes sure that the vulnerable and marginal groups are put at the center of coming up with solutions. Also, policies for promoting easy access. When we're talking about access, for instance, we have huge tracts of government land. This land can be granted for free to organized groups that are having green enterprises, or maybe at certain terms that maybe if you do, if you progress well after 10 years, then the land becomes yours. Also, they need to have access to these natural resources like water for irrigation, and all natural resources that are very important and key towards promoting the green enterprises. Also making sure that as we utilize these natural resources, they're also able to be protected, like there's sustainable use so that the future generations can also be able to benefit from it. Lastly, policies for promoting inclusive education. We are measuring on inclusivity here, like I had said. People in the grassroots being able to understand what is being relayed in the green economy, the messaging, like diluting these technical terms, making it easy for them to grasp it. It even creates more interest to them because they can understand it better. So disclaimer, these are not the only policies that we need. For the interest of time, we could have developed more, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Group 5, for that good discussion. When we talk of policy, people fear and say policies for the lawmakers, but that was a good one. Thank you, brother and sister, for that presentation. Now, lastly, we're moving to the last group as we wind up for today's, sorry? A comment? Maybe could you keep it? We wind up, then is it burning or you'll forget it? Okay, thank you. We'll give room for a few comments as we wind up. So Group 6, be ready. You have only 5 minutes, at most 6 minutes we wind up and finish this program.
Sorry, I'm so short. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Peace upon you all. I'm Sajda Muhammad Saeed, or Sajda Al-Shaib from Sudan. We are Group 6, or Change Makers Group. It's too loud? Okay. Me and my friends Helen and Kiplu will represent our group work or our teamwork, which shows 3 advocacy posters, each with a key message on women economic empowerment and climate justice through green growth and other relevant strategies. So let's start with the first group, which is talk about women. So can you see the poster? In this poster, we show two aspects, problem aspect and solution aspect. Okay. The first problem we represent is lack of education opportunities. Women in African countries, they are denied from too much of their rights. Okay. The first right is education right, and the second is lack of inclusion in policies, making all policies sit. The third problem is less job opportunities for women or for African women. The third problem is women are vulnerable to in water security, energy insecurity, food insecurity, high temperature, and low opportunities for job and education, and something like this. So we represent also solution for these problems. The first, we should support African women and empower them in many aspects. The first aspect is we should support them academically at first, and politically, academically, and economically. So we can do that, or we can achieve that through, firstly, support capacity building of women or African women. Secondly, give them more opportunity to educate, to work, to take their rights. Thirdly, we should support gender inequality or give women equal rights with men. Finally, initiative laws which will protect women. Finally, I want to say an empowerment to a woman, create a justice, secure, and clean environment. Please support women, green jobs for women now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, doctors, professors, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna present the youth part. But before, I would like to announce is that apparently, as you see, we are a group of talented people who can create a message, a profound message. So anyone here who is planning to attend COP27, is that? Yeah. So please reach out to us. We can prepare a very good poster for you. We are very keen to help. So I'm not gonna go through all the things because we have been talking about all of the things in the past weeks. We have been talking how climate change is very interconnected with every aspect of our lives. So I'll just pass a little message. So the problem is we discussed the youth are suffering from unemployment, migration, food insecurity, mental illness, and poverty because of climate changes. And because you are all going through all these things, I don't have to tell you what you are going through. You all know. The solutions we have picked are, the first thing is agribusiness. So the agribusiness, we have been talking how the youth just want to do something and not invest on agriculture. So that's the problem. You just heard the message. Please, analyze that and please implement that. I'm not going to repeat that. Innovations, again, it has been said, so please work on environmentally friendly innovations. The third is activism. This actually focuses on bringing together our understanding and knowledge to actually bring change, to make influences on the Western countries and everything. So that actually shows, that's what I want to talk about. So that actually shows, you actually read that. Young people are not the only victims of climate change. They are also valuable contributors of climate actions. This, right, tells a message to involve us, which is we want what is ours. We're not actually seeking help. We're not begging. We're actually demanding what's ours. We want a clean environment. We want what is broken to be repaired. And that's equality, fairness, so which talks about the procedural justice, and the last one about fairness, equality talks about retributive justice. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kiflu from Ethiopia. I represented my teams to negotiate for African disabled groups, we identified 3 types of injustice that is already affecting Africa's disabled groups. We have already categorized our advocacy under 3 titles. The first one is stop discrimination. The first one is Climate Justice for African Disabled Groups, Act Now. The first one is stop discrimination against disabled groups in the allocation of climate finance for adaptation, because the disabled groups are less contributing in greenhouse gas emission, but they are highly affected and impacted by climate changes. Secondly, the voice of disabled group must be heard in climate-related decision-making, and their special needs should be considered. So this is our advocacy for African disabled groups at COP27. The third one is compensation and reparation should be paid for climate change cost, loss, and damage against disabled groups' livelihoods. This is what we have discussed, and the detail will be presented by my colleague. Thank you.
In summary, I'd like to say disabled people are some of the most resilient people in the world, and there is need for we have to learn how to help them navigate the world that is not built for them. While governments, cities, and companies are developing mitigation and adaptation strategies to respond to varied climate risks, there is little consideration or inclusion of the disabled in their plans, and this must change. Climate change impacts disproportionately affect people with disabilities. Disabled people may lack resources to adapt to climate change, and they have various levels of mobility, use mobility devices, have chronic pain, and need medical technology such as stomach bag and medication. Disabled people regularly face structural barriers that threaten their life during disasters, including inaccessibility infrastructure and public transportation systems, endemic poverty, limited voice in civic governance, and rigid communication mechanisms. These barriers are inextricably tied to ableism, racism, sexism, and socioeconomic inequity. So, in summary, women, indigenous people, and youth must be important participants in climate action discussions. It is just vital as to include disabled perspectives when creating and implementing climate action. A variety of people with disability should participate in environmental decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. That's Group 6, a very powerful message for COP27. As we prepare, I want to take only 3 comments quickly, starting from the rapporteur desk, then hand over the program to Dr. Joe to wind up for us as we welcome the UNESCO chair.
Good evening. Jambo. Yeah, I know the rapporteurs are not supposed to be speaking. For us, we just watch and write, but I feel there's a gap that, there's a knowledge gap that I need to fill in. The group which talked about the policies, I love policies, but research has told me that policies are for the elites, while action is left for the rest. You mentioned that policies should be done by, so that's just one correction I just wanted to make, that policies are made including, the vulnerables cannot make policies. Policies are championed by communities and the vulnerables, but led by and initiated by the lead agencies. So the policy making process should be one of your areas of expertise before you talk about change. You should know how the processes are done, and I think for those who are in Pakeja in Kenya, that's something we have always struggled to make you understand. 2, in the issue of green jobs, my mom here and my doctor and my teacher, she knows I really love this. Green jobs, there's a research I did on for ACT and the UK, Oxford University. on green jobs. We are looking at knowledge systems. How are knowledge systems initiated and implemented in Africa? And we were looking at, we were a consortium of University of Nairobi, University of Dar es Salaam, and University of Rwanda. And what we found out was that there was a mismatch between what you are taught in class and what the industry waits for you. So the question as a young person should be able to ask yourself is what you are studying relevant? Where are you going after school? Because that's what most of us do. Oh, I want to be a lawyer, because you see lawyers driving big cars. Now, when you graduate, even going for pupillage is a problem. So the gap, we found that most private universities have got, we call it linkages, academia industry linkage. That most of the private universities, and I used one example in the Strathmore, and somehow Sokoine University in TZ, they try to link what they teach in class to what the industry requires. So you are in class reading, but already the industry knows there's Jacob somewhere studying, and when he comes out here, we should be able to create this space. So you are in class, but you are helping the industry create a job for you. But most of us, we just go out and then we are like, we are here, employers. Now, what should be done is that whenever you are in your country, please try to see, in terms of policy formulation and policy processes, how can you intervene in policy making process that you can be able to have a strong policy that guides industries on what the academia provides. And that's one part of the curriculum development. How could we review our curriculum? Number two is the issue of green economy. There's another research we did on green economy. It was Ghana, Nigeria, and around 8 countries, and I was part of the Kenyan team. What we found out was that in terms of job creation, how many people know, just this morning, do you know what a green job is? What gap? Number two, as my professor usually says, nobody was brought in this world to create a job for anybody. It is just by chance that there is need for an extra hand that you get employed. But in reality is that everybody was created with enormous opportunity to innovate and live within your own means and powers. But we hand over our capacity to think and act in the hands of others. Now, what should be happening is that from the policy recommendation in that work, we found that young people, we should be able to appreciate that creating jobs is not a preserve of a few, but it is everyone's responsibility. And we don't need a policy on that. And my doctor knows, you just go somewhere and you realize a gap, and from that gap, you see how to make money out of it without really going through the policies and the bottlenecks, because every 5 years, like in Kenya, every government that comes, they have their own manifesto. And whether they sell it to you and you vote them, most of the times, when they want to have policies to entrench the manifestos, they rarely think about you. So I usually say that think about something that you can really hold on. Whether a dictator comes into power, whether the world falls, you are safe, because vile tunasema in my mother tongue, na monga dowi emonyali. Whoever cuts off your head is the one who has done what? Who has finished you. Anybody who cuts your hand, you will suffer. You won't suffer much, but if they remove, so work around something that it is inside you. So innovation that even if you are in your village, you will be able to survive. For me, that's my contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry for taking long.
Thank you. When we talk of policy, you touch the hearts of a few people. Jacob has been touched. Quickly, I want to make, I want to take one comment. And if online there is a comment, we raise it. Only 2, we wind up kindly. Any other comment? Any other question? You've raised your hand.
Yes, Inaisa. I think from all the presentation, we can grasp how important it is to take into consideration the different vulnerabilities and needs depending on who we're trying to help. But is it possible to integrate an intersectional approach when talking about climate justice when we're looking for green jobs? Because, for instance, for my group, we were talking about disabled people, but we realized that first, there's a great diversity into that group, and that second, a disabled person can also be either a woman or a man, rich or poor, living in a rural area or living in a city. And depending on those different situations, the person is not going to have the same need. So is it possible to integrate that intersectional approach when we're discussing?
Thank you, my sister, for that good remark. No, I'm not going to take any comment. Let us give the online platform if they have any. Because of time, kindly, we still have a few programs remaining. We will raise our concerns. Is there any online concern? Connect us with online, if there is. Okay, thank you. The online team doesn't have anything. So in a special way, allow me welcome Dr. Joe to let the UNESCO chair end this program. Thank you all.
Flowers, flowers, flowers for Mr. Duncan. And of course, it's been very active participation and the groups from the feedback, you've done so well. Big flowers for you also. Flowers, flowers, flowers to yourself. You agree with me that the issues you are looking at, I just want to break it down. All the interventions you presented is about what? Food, isn't it? Energy, is it? Water, transport, is it? And then these issues also involve, it's about people and the environment. True of us. The third issue, I was a little bit confused, but I know you passed. The projects you presented, I was not clear whether these were copied from the internet or examples from your countries that you have seen, or is it that you heard? If I want to push it further, was any of you involved in these projects? Or they were just hearsay? So speaking from the perspective of the last speaker and the sentence I made before we close, Dr. Dukas and I and Pagja would like to hear from you in a few years from now. Join me to welcome Dr. Dukas as she makes her responses to the group work. Flowers, please. Flowers, flowers.
Thank you very much. I think this session and this time is not for me to make another speech. It's actually to close my session by saying that I'm extremely happy about the way the class has run. The participation, was very good. I think you could see that everybody was eager to make a contribution. And I think some learning has happened, isn't it? We have learned from each other. And I'm hoping that the presentations we have made here, even though some of us are wondering whether they were copied or whether we were involved in them, can be shared by Pakja so that we can build them further. In fact, it's as if you knew what I was going to say, because I was going to ask for examples or case studies. If you're saying that we can make money from biogas. Have you seen a project that is benefiting a community or women groups, operational? And how is it economically empowering those women? The economics, how much money, what are the benefits? And I think that's why you're saying it's important to partner. It's important to have different people playing different roles. And I think that's what Jacob was also saying, particularly about the proposals from Group 5. By the way, I liked those proposals very much. I got excited by what they presented. It's only that, can we give them flowers? Group 5. It's only that we need to link those policy proposals to the examples, to the case studies, to the proposed, to what we are calling opportunities and so forth. I think that's where you are seeing the gap. So the policies cannot just come out of nowhere. They need to be based on, first of all, what is the problem? Yeah? What are the experiences? What interventions have happened? Do we have some success stories that have shown, actually, if you take this intervention, it can work? You then want to get the best practices or interventions that have worked replicated through policy. So that what I want to emphasize is that we need to connect all that the different groups have discussed and not look at what every group, what each individual group has discussed in isolation. There is a link. I think the problem is time, and I'm hoping that maybe later in the week, that can be brought to a conclusion very, very well, because to take sound messages to COP27, we need to have them structured very well. I liked the innovation of the last group that tried to develop advocacy messages. But I was disappointed when I was listening to my friend there reading from his phone. I thought, hey, that message needed to be on a poster, isn't it? Where you would be walking in this room and showing that message. Seeing is believing, isn't it? Yes. And I want to request what they're building on what has just happened this afternoon. I hope you've seen the potential of this class. Big potential, quite innovative. I'm impressed, although there were some shortcuts somewhere, but this team can actually help us develop unique messages related to green economic empowerment or economic empowerment through green growth. Messages we can take to Egypt, to COP27. Africa is a virgin region. if you didn't know, so virgin that is why the whole world is fighting to come into Africa because of the resources. Africa is rich, very rich, but we are seated on those riches. And therefore, we want to let the world know that we know about our riches and we are in control. Even the disabled are in control. The women are in control. The youth are in control. And I hope that message can come out and Africa can begin to actually lead another liberation war, empowerment war, economic empowerment. And I think I just want to stop there. I talk a lot, otherwise I will go on and on. Just give me flowers. And I want to say thank you very much for the good class. Thank you.
Please continue to give flowers. She has a big car, so stretch it. And the flowers are entering her cars right now, and they will follow her home. Okay, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the proceedings for today. And so we have all of evening to continue the discussion. When you get back, please relax and prepare for tomorrow. On this note, we say thank you. Any announcement from our organizers? Please help me to extend flowers to the technical crew at the back. They're doing so well. And of course, the rapporteur. The rapporteurs, please send them flowers. Who else will you send flowers?
Microphone.
Okay, flowers to you and flowers to me. Any announcement? Are you the organizer? She can't wait for me to say good night. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Good night.
Good night.
Group 4, can you please meet outside by tea?